Perhaps your Lord will have mercy on you, but if you revert, we will revert. We have made hell a prison for the disbelievers. Barakallahu fikum wa salamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Now, we thank the brothers who recited for us those verses. The timing can't be more important. Those are verses from Surah Al-Isra. The IT and the mic, please. Yes. I think we've gotten an option for the technology. I was just mentioning that they can't be more important. Those are the first verses in the 17th chapter of the Quran, Surah Al-Isra, talking about the night journey of the Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from the sacred mosque in Mecca to the farthest mosque in Jerusalem. Brothers and sisters, we welcome you to this occasion when we are having a public discourse on the Israeli genocide in Palestine against the people of Gaza. This is by Alhidaayah Foundation in conjunction with Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly. My name is Suraj Sinan Mlambago, a member of the Board of Trustees for Alhidaayah Foundation, and I'm an administrator at Children's Muslim Hospital. I will be moderating, I will be your moderator this afternoon, together with my senior, Imam Kasozi, who is on his way. Remember, he's on his entry on mobilizing for the second cemetery for the Muslims. So, there are two organizations that have arranged this public discourse. And as you are aware, since 7th October, that is the most recent, the media wants you to understand, there's been a genocide and indiscriminate killing of children, women, and all people of different ages for no other reason other than people wanting to grab their land, our brothers in Gaza, that small strip. And it is actually in Uganda, the silence has been deafening, and we thought there is need at least to do something. If we can't be allowed to do a procession in the streets, at least let us talk about it. You know, we may be among the people may not take action, but at least after Dua, we talk about it, we raise the awareness about the genocide that is taking place. Over close to 30 people, 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered. Almost 70,000 also have been injured. And almost 80% of the infrastructure, schools, hospitals, even as I was coming here, I saw doctors being targeted in the theater and operating rooms by snipers, all in the name of trying to drive them away from their land. And so we have an obligation to talk about it, because Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, when you see something wrong, they should remove it with their hands. Maybe we can't fight with them because we are limited. But I said, if we can't, at least talk about it. First talk is dua, praying for them every other time with our families, almost every morning, praying for the dead, Salatul Ghaib, all the time, because today it is them tomorrow probably it will be us. Not to forget that once upon a time, Uganda was one of the proposed sites for the establishment of the Zionist state of Israel. So we want to raise awareness. We want to join those who are condemning insane killing of the innocents, never seen before, including killing doctors, helpers, journalists, everybody are being killed indiscriminately. So we have an obligation to talk about this. So at this particular juncture, I'll be adding more. We are going to have a panel discussion as we have been having, seeing on our advertisement, and the different specialists will be actually moving, others will be presenting online. But with us so far, we have Council Ali Kankaka, who is the president of the Uganda Muslim Lawyers Association, with us in here. We do have Dr. Twaha Kasule Ahmad. Dr. Twaha Ahmad Kasule is the senior lecturer at the Islamic University in Uganda and the director of the Kampala campus and the chairman of Alhidaayah Foundation. Members of UMIA are on their way. So in the interest of time, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Sheikh Hafiz in a few minutes to introduce Alhidaayah, because the chairman board of trustees for Alhidaayah Foundation. As we start with the people in the technology, we are streaming live on various channels, and we'll be expecting many of the other people to be joining us online. Sheikh Hafiz, you're most welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Let me take this opportunity first of all to welcome you all to this function, and also thank you for having answered our invitation to come and participate this afternoon. My name's Hassan Hafid Saleh. I'm the chairman, board of trustees of Alhidaayah Foundation, and I'm also a lecturer in the Islamic University in Uganda. My task is really a simple task of only introducing to you Alhidaayah Foundation. I believe most of you already know Alhidaayah Foundation. Alhidaayah Foundation is a Dawah and humanitarian organization that was registered in the year 2002 as a company limited by guarantee. Since then, the foundation has played a leading role in Uganda's Dawah work, involving students, youth, Muslim families, and the general public. Our vision as Alhidaayah Foundation is to establish a vibrant Muslim society in Uganda. And our mission is to be a platform for organizing, empowering, and performing missionary and humanitarian work for the purpose of building a progressive Muslim society in Uganda. So as to achieve that mission, we have various objectives. One of them being to spread the message of Islam through preaching and defending it from falsehoods and doubt. Secondly, to raise the socio-economic status of Muslims through education, health, community service, and beneficial skills. Thirdly, to foster social justice and well-being of society through alleviating ignorance, poverty, and moral decay, in addition to promoting charitable work, regardless of race and religion. Those are some objectives. There are also many others, but in the interest of time, I will not be going so much into detail. However, I would like also to inform you that Alhidaayah, in carrying out those, or in order to achieve those objectives, we carry out various activities, and these activities are sort of split into various departments. So we have 6 departments actually in our organization. One of the departments is that one dealing with students' affairs. Okay? Maybe if we have the heads of those departments here already, you may also stand up so that you can be recognized. That is, we have a Department of Students' Affairs. Is the head here? Students' Affairs Department. Alhaj Musa Abbas Katende. We have a Families Department. Families Department head. Are you around? Families Department head, not around, not yet here. Then we have a Department of Media, Research and Community Outreach. Media, Research and Community Outreach. The head is there, Brother Ashraf Migadde. He can say salam. Salam. Then we also have a Department of Business and Finance. Business and Finance, the head is still on the way coming. Then we have a Department of Planning and Capacity Development. Planning and Capacity Development, that is also another department we have. And then we have a Department of Women's Affairs. Women's Affairs, I think the head is here. I saw her somewhere. Head of Women's Department, Sister Zaitun Nakadu. Can say salam. Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So those are the 6 departments under which we carry out our various activities. And I think really when you look at our function today, it is in line with those various departments we have. Of course, we have a website. You shall be getting this information as we move on. We have a website. We have our secretariat, and so on and so forth. You'll be getting more of that information. Let me maybe just end also by introducing some of the board members. Some of the board members of Alhidaayah Foundation. We have Alhaji Sinan Siraj Mbulambago, who is our moderator today.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We have Mr. Kaga Abdul Karim. He's also a board member of Alhidaayah. Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We also have Alhaji Musa Abbas Katende. He's also here, board member. Other board members are still on their way, and you shall be seeing them as we go on. But one of them is Professor Kalema Chiwewa. We also have the vice chairman of the board is Mr. Sekalema Hamza. Then we also have others, as you shall be knowing, inshallah ta'ala. So in the interest of time, as you know, you have limited time, let me end here, but let me take this opportunity again of welcoming all of you to this function and also welcoming our presenters and guests. And we hope that you have a nice time here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We thank him, Brother Hafiz. Like I told you, this is an event which is being organized by Alhidaayah Foundation in conjunction with Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly. And as he was talking, our elder, Imam Idi Kasozi, arrived. I will be assisting him when we are moderating this session. But it so happens that somebody was supposed to give us a hint on what UMIA is and what it does as a little bit delayed. So I'm going to request Imam at least to have a word or two before we delve into the major event. Many of you have been hearing about UMIA and wondering who is a youth and whether really, So Imam, I kindly request you to have a word or two about what is Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly. We grew up admiring what UMIA does, and partly we are who we are because of the activities of the various faces of UMIA. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam wa ala alihi wa ashabihi sallimu. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 1,000. I'm not known, but another running. And I am involved because I am the spokesperson of that activity, which I would also interest you to be part. It is called Salam Muslim Cemetery fundraising team. We are raising funds to purchase a new cemetery because the Nkoyo one is full. We have earmarked to purchase 130 acres of land this time. It is within a radius of 42 kilometers from Kampala. And sooner than later, it will be operational, inshallah ta'ala. But we are going around asking various teams to make a contribution. And I think we shall also ask Alhidaayah Foundation to mobilize its members, and they make a contribution as a team. You can also contribute as an individual, as a family, as an alumni of any organization, including people who have buried in Nkowe. We have established Nkowe alumni, and they made a contribution. The families of those who were buried there, some of them. That is, so we have been at the Parliament of Uganda doing some fundraising there. And I would like to maybe report to you that they were generous enough and they raised for us 7.41 million shillings. Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly is a registered charity which, unlike others, deliberately refused to register with an NGO board for many reasons. We remained as an association, and we do operate as an association. This association or group surprises very many people because of the age of the people they are in. UMIA, like what we imitated, World Assembly of Muslim Youth. We do not go by age. We only focus on youth activities in various spheres. And the youth actually are the biggest beneficiaries. But with time, many of you in one way or another, if you're a student here and you have gone through Musau or Musa or IIU or some of these schools, you have been a beneficiary of the activities of Umayyah they are in. The unfortunate part, we are very conservative. We do not publicize ourselves and what we do. And it is also deliberate to attract less and less enemies. But not that notwithstanding, we surface. At least if you go to, we have an institution called Hassan Turabi Educational Center. Some of you could be alumni, some of you could be working there. We have another institution called Ali bin Abu Talib Islamic Center in Bukomansimbi. Those of you who saw primary 7 results of last year, you at least you saw second best in the district, 200 in the whole of the country, with an average mark of 9.9. So we run other activities, Ramadan, and I think even Alhidaayah was born out of Ramadan seminar programs. Our program, that program is confusing many people because it is at the level of Dawah 4, and many people are still in Dawah 1 and Dawah 2 activities. For us, we are on Dawah 4, and I may be proud even to say that if you are a part, you believe in JEMA and you accept what JEMA has done, JEMA is a child of Umayyah. We produce that child and we let him go his way. For us, we remained in Dawah 4. We have set it to go for Dawah 5. Dawah 5, I think the only person who can understand better here is Dr. Mahmoud. Dr. Mahmoud. He understands it better, despite the fact that a few years ago, they were denied that opportunity for people to see how Muslims can govern a country basing on real Islamic principles. You know what happened? I don't want to go into that one because I may make some people here shiver, and it's not in my interest. So, Umayyah, we registered in 1983. We own some property in terms of land, institutions, but as I told you, we do not advertise. We initiated what you today see as Ramadan programs or seminars or workshops in Ramadan in the year 1988, and all who are doing are imitating us, and because you have become very many, we have relaxed. And we say, let those other people do. But because of public demand, this year we shall be on in full swing, inshallah, this Ramadan. We have over 1,000 orphans we care for at various levels of education. Of course, some of you could have been beneficiaries of our schemes that pay tuition. And as I've told you, as I speak, we have over 1,000 scattered over this country. That is maybe, it could be the main activity. Then, of course, when there are issues pertaining to Islam, to Muslims and Islam, we rarely keep quiet, especially if there are no people or people have not come out we really keep quiet. Our leader is Professor Bas Chimba, who I think is supposed to be one of the speakers tonight. He's the chair. I am the field officer plus his vice chair. Our treasurer is Haji Ahmad Abisegerwa. Our secretary general is Sulaiman Chibira. We have a women's wing called the Uganda Muslim Women Vision. Initially, they were part, but later, wherever we did do activities, people had become, I think, more feminism over women, whatever, women movement. Whenever we could present, they would say, you are men, you are men. So if you know Uganda Muslim Women Vision, that is our sisters' wing. It also has its activities. And I know several of you are beneficiaries. We have several committee members, and we have a special advisor like Mr. Kemisto Haruna, who is the founding Secretary General. Of course, many of our people, because of old age, others have passed on, like Hussein Katweni Mbale, his brother Hassan Galiwangu, Kasim Alokore in West Nile, Haji Zakaria Risasi in West Nile, those have passed on. But people like Kamiso Okero in Irila, they are still there, Waswa in Imbarara, and many others. I don't want to say much, but I can only say, if you have any matter, Muslim matter, however hot it may be, in front of the enemies of Islam, Umayyah is ready to take it on. All the struggles we have been through, we have been present. Even when we were branded, the whole Muslim community in this country one day was branded ADF. People were shivering, but we came up and said, no, we are not. But individuals can be. And we have challenged this state up to now. The last time I made this statement, I want to retaliate it here, is that they should stop using ADF as a scarecrow. Because ADF is a scarecrow to scare all of you. And when they say they have killed people, they are there, many of you fear. We do not, because we know it is a scarecrow. At a given time, it was accused of killing Muslim clerics. We also challenged them to produce evidence they cannot, because they are sure. Of course, they accused these sheikhs that they were former ADF, which is purely lie. Those of you who remember, I think last year, we were on a program with the spokesperson of the army, and when he mentioned that Sheikh Muhammad Chigund was ADF, I challenged him to produce evidence, because I told him Uganda government or UPDF has a memorandum of understanding with Major Chigundu's group, produce a paper where he reported to have come from ADF. He ran away from the studios. Up to now, even the other day on Tuesday, I think, he was invited to exchange to deal with me on a program. At the last hour in the morning, please, he withdrew, because that was going to be the first question I was going to put to him. He knows. That's why he feared to come. So for us in Umayyah, we don't look at the age of the person, we look at the usefulness of a person to this community. Thank you very much.
Yes, we thank Imam. I think you've had it firsthand. Just to remind you, brothers and sisters, this event is in showing solidarity with our brothers and sisters that are suffering. and are being killed actually for no crime committed. We need to renew our intentions while we are here. And because this is a meeting which is internationally being live streamed, many of them, even those who are not in Gaza itself, they're watching and they are following up. And to give them motivation, there are some people who still think about their cause. One day we pray, inshallah, we shall have Palestine when it is free from the river to the sea. Although some antagonists say that that one means the annihilation of the entire Israeli state. So we renew our intentions and we begin. So as we move, we are supposed to be having, or actually we are going to have 4 panelists who are going to be having a maximum of 20 minutes. But also have to mention that it was supposed to be, one of the panelists was supposed to be Professor Abbas Chiimba, but who is on a drip now. He has just, we are just informed last evening that he's admitted in hospital. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give him shifa. But Eble, he sent us a dangerous substitute in the names of Professor Omar Kasule, who will be presenting online. He's already logged on. Those of you, I think the organizers can help out with the people with a passcode such that they can log on. And also, Dr. Yusuf Serunkuma is online. He's in Germany. He'll be presenting quite from in there. So we have 4 aspects: the historical context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Jews will want you to understand that this problem started on 7th October when Hamas attacked, but then it goes over 75 years. That's why in our theme there is a Colero of 75 years of the conflict. So we shall have the historical context, because some people may not have that historical context. When they talk about the conflict, they talk about 7th October, and that's why they have killed thousands of people. So we may need to know that. Then also, we shall have a council, Ali Kankaka, whom we are with here, the president of the Uganda Muslim Lawyers Association, looking at the effectiveness and the effectiveness of the international law in preventing genocide. Of course, you are all aware the preliminary rulings of the International Court of Justice were calling for a halt in all hostilities and opening up humanitarian channels for the people not to be dying like when they are shooting animals. But what is on ground doesn't show that Israel is taking hit. So we'll look at that. How effective is international law in preventing a genocide anywhere? And also, we'll have the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and what we know that will be also Professor Kasule presenting. And we do have a number of partners and people who actually have been part of this occasion. We do have the CEO of Chibli Muslim Hospital in here, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Ghazal, and also some members from in there. We do have members from the Islamic University in Uganda, National Conference on Muslim Education, Muslim Students Association of Uganda, Muslim Journalists Takadum, SACO, then also the Consulate of the Sultanate of Oman, they are represented in here, Corporate Muslim Association, Uganda Muslim Lawyers Association, Furkan, Momsa Alumni, Salam TV, Salam Charity, Chiboga District Hospital, Chambogo University, Makerere University, Kampala International University, among others. So at this particular moment, we are informed that our hosts have some administrative remarks to make from Hotel Africana. If somebody is in here, if he's there, we will call him upon to come over here, just 2 minutes. If he's not here, then we'll proceed. The people who are in our IT, is supposed to be Dr. Yusuf, whom I already saw is online, Yusuf Serunkuma, supposed to take us through the historical context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict when that state was formed on the land that does not belong to it. So the people, I think Dr. Yusuf is coming online, Bismillah. But as he comes online, I will just reiterate what I said earlier, as the rationale for this meeting is to create public awareness about the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And because they are being protected by the world superpowers, the US and the European Union, and they're allowed to kill, at will as they wish. They only offer lip service. Yeah, somebody from Hotel Africana, please come up. We will have 2 minutes to make, because we are starting the time. You have to be on the program, but you're welcome anyhow.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You're most welcome to Hotel Africana. It's our policy that we talk to you. We give you some guidance when you are inside the conference hall. The first thing, Hotel Africana is safe and secure. Secondly, our registration there help us get the right people we have invited here for this workshop or a conference. Then secondly, where you are seated, we request somebody you are seated next to, at least some introduction, know somebody seated next to you. It is very important. Another thing is our gadgets, especially phones, laptops, and small handbags. We still request you to take care of them when you are inside a conference hall. For more details, those writing books the hotel provide has some details how you can take care of your items when you are inside the conference hall. Can kindly open the first page, it will guide you. This is Kib's Hall. We have 2 doors here. We have this one and the other one. So just in case of an emergency, just in case, can either use this or the other one. But the other one behind is for the service team. People, maybe in case you need something, our service team who provides you services inside here. That one is a bit restricted to only hotel staffs. Our washrooms, you exit where the registration table is, then you move left towards the end of this block. On my left hand, next to a fire hose or a hose reel, you'll find the entrance there, both for ladies and gents. Just in case of an emergency, we have got 3 assembly points in Hotel Africana. I hope we shall be able to evacuate you to the nearest assembly point for safety. That is the little we want to share with you this afternoon. Our motto is you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. Thank you very much for coming. Have an easy day with us.
We thank you. Important guidelines. So, Dr. Yusuf, it is you whom we are waiting for. It is your time, and you have 20 minutes at most to ensure that we do start. You're most welcome. IT team. IT team, I hope you are doing the needful, because we wanted, before tackling those other aspects, we look at the historical context and what we really need to know. Once again, welcome everybody for honoring our invitation. We couldn't invite each and everyone because of the space, because as you are seeing, that quite a number of people, we share the link, they are following us online globally. We have people in various parts of the world, in Europe, in America, various parts of Africa, and within Uganda, who are following us up as we hold this important public lecture.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me? Sinan, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do hear you, but we have not yet seen you.
It looks like the IT people have not enabled me to start my video.
Okay,
So I
we
can't
can
start the
start
camera.
in time as they enable the video, inshallah.
Yeah. So, but I'm here. I'm with you. I've been listening since the beginning. And should I wait for the video to be showed, or I can get into the conversation?
I think in the interest of time, we may start as the IT guys are trying to fix that.
Okay, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings from Europe.
Dr. Yusuf, I'm told you should enable your video. Just click on the video such that people should be able to see you. Yes, we recognize the arrival of our senior brother Hajj Muhammad Mayanja Chivirige with the team. He's also a member of UMIA. Yes, I think there we are. Tafadhal, Doctor. Dr. Yusuf, the floor is yours. Now we can see you very well.
Thank you very much, Brother Sinan. Greetings from Europe. I should say it's unfortunate I'm not in Kampala to share the floor with Imam Kasozi, Professor Baschimba, and the other distinguished speakers of this afternoon, but I'm greatly honored to be joining you in this conversation. I think all of us as humans and as Muslims, we share in the plight of Palestine. So I am very, very happy to be speaking. And to get straight into the conversation, I want to do three things, basically. First, I need to say that I'm not a historian. I'm not a historian of Palestine. The history of the region is very complex, especially when you come into the small detail. It's very complex and very controversial, and with lots of interest pooling in different sides. But I'll speak to the basic history, which I think some of us are very familiar with, but I'll spell out sort of an overview and provide a frame in which we need to think about Palestine. So I'll do three things that I'll do. First, I'll talk about colonial history, basically. I want to propose to you that we need to think about Palestine in this context as any other part of the world which was under colonialism, right? And I need to say that the colonial history that Uganda got independence in 1962, colonial history across the world is a history of settlements. There were theories that developed, I think, in the 1700s in Europe, mostly in Germany, that for Europeans to live a decent life, they had to move parts of their populations into other parts of the world, right? So that is the history that we have. So if you remember, those who read African history, you remember the Boers and the British settled in South Africa. And to settle in South Africa, they had to kill so many people. That's how they ended up settling in South Africa. In fact, if you have been to Cape Town, I don't know if you who have been to Cape Town. If you have been to Cape Town on a good day, and you're looking around the coast, the Cape. Excuse me, somebody is speaking in the. Can I carry on?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So the point I was making, that if you have lived to Cape Town, for example, you realize that that place is predominantly settled by white settlers who have now become natives through different generations. But that place is predominantly settled by white settlers, mostly British and Boers from the Netherlands, from Germany, from the UK. So they settled that place. But to settle that place, they had to chase away the natives. And they were not simply chasing them away the way you chase rubbish, the way you clean up a place. They were actually killing them. So if you remember the Boer Wars, remember the Zulu Wars, those were wars where native South Africans were fighting against the settlers. So that's the earliest example you can talk about of settler colonialism. So you have South Africa being settled. What I also find really fascinating about South Africa is that we even call it South Africa, which is an English language word. We don't use, say, Zululand, for example. You would have a different word which is native to the land. But to show you that South Africa is a history of settlement, you call it South Africa, which is a word in English. I don't think that native South Africans called their country South Africa, called the space in which they lived South Africa. Not far from South Africa, you'll go to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, we've had, for those who have been following, I think in 2005, we had big debates on how people within Mugabe's party, those who had fought with him during the colonial time, were forcibly getting land back from the white farmers. Now, you need to remember that Zimbabwe was even called Rhodesia after a man called Cecil Rhodes, who was the biggest conqueror. In South Africa, brother, Zimbabwe is also occupied, was settled by white settlers from the UK who settled in that space called Zimbabwe now. Now, the Zimbabweans were lucky that they were even able to change the name from Southern Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. The South Africans were not as lucky, so they still go around as South Africa. So you need to understand in the context that the white settlers kicked people off the land by killing them. It is estimated that close to 1 million people have died during these wars of land settlement. And as you know, 3% of the population in Zimbabwe is white, and they own almost half of the country in terms of land. So you have about 900 white settlers, farmers, who own huge chunks of land in Zimbabwe. So again, I'm talking about colonialism being a history of settlement. So South Africa was settled by white farmers, rather by white settlers from Netherlands, from the UK, from Germany. Not far away from that place, we have Zimbabwe, which has been settled by settlers. All right. But maybe that is even further. You need to come here to Kenya, our neighbors here in Kenya. Kenya was also a settler colony. It was also settled by British settlers. So they came and took land. And to take land, they had to kill people. Okay, so Uganda in this context is lucky that we were a protectorate. But countries which were designated as settler spaces, they will be settled by European populations. So you have Kenya at the same time. Now, when we start talking about genocides, we have Namibia, right? The Namibia genocide, the German government, not too long ago, about 3 years ago, agreed to pay compensation to the Nama and Hero, who were massacred, who were exterminated by Germans so that they can settle German populations. So you have Namibia, where a country of, I think, about 4 million people, and the white settlers, the German settlers, formed 2% of the Namibian population. They formed 2%, but the 2% own 70% of the land in Namibia. They own 70% of the land in Namibia, a 2% population, and they are all seated on land which was acquired through extermination of the native population. So we could have so many examples, right? We could talk about Algeria. Algeria was also settled by French nationals. We could go further. We could go to Brazil. Brazil was settled by, we could go to Argentina. We could go to all across the world. We have a history of colonial settlers. White people believed that for them to live a decent life, they have to go further afield, find places which they thought were inhabited. They found people who were living in those places, and they killed people and settled in those places. So that's the first history that we need to think about. And if you run your mind through that, then you come to Palestine. Palestine is also settled in the same context of white colonial settlements. So, Europeans at the same time. 1948, they feel like they need to move a European population onto another piece of land. Right now, the difference here with Palestine specifically is that we are in the context of the Second World War. The Second World War is ended, and Hitler killed people specifically identified as Jews. So it was a genocide where it was marked Jews had to be killed. I don't want to go into the history of why the genocide happened, the Holocaust happened in Germany. I think that will take us further away from the context of our conversation, because I want to stick to simply the contention that this is European colonial settlement. Europeans, because, anti-Semitism is, I don't know if we need to talk about anti-Semitism now, that the hatred for Jews, for people identifying as Jews, is very widespread in European society. It's extremely widespread that to this day, almost across Europe, including the United States, they still have big movements against anti-Jewish hatred, something they call anti-Semitism. It's so widespread in Europe. So they felt they needed space elsewhere where the Jews would be safe. That's what they said, because they were unsafe in Europe. Maybe they're even unsafe even today. And they were looking for places where they can settle them. But I need to make the point again that we're here dealing with European settler colonialism, that you can settle a section of your population elsewhere away from Europe. So we have a population that we don't like, the Jews, but we share sort of a relationship with them because, they were our bankers, because Europeans were not allowed, or rather Catholics then were not allowed to own banks. So you have to settle this population somewhere. So plenty of spaces were suggested, including, as most of us know, including Uganda. Well, it wasn't really Uganda, including a part of East Africa. Okay, but also you need to remember that when East Africa is being colonized, and I think Professor Wangali Nyugo made this point in a book that he put out recently, when East Africa was being colonized, the British colonial officers wanted to donate East Africa to Indians, thanking them as gratitude, as a token of their appreciation for the support Indian fighters were giving to British fighters in the Middle East and other places. So the idea was to give East Africa to Indians. This is why you have British colonialism in East Africa. You have the British on top, but underneath the British governance, you had the Indians as intermediaries. And this is why the Ugandan, before 1972, you had Indians sort of in charge of the Ugandan economy. It wasn't by accident. It was a deliberate policy by the colonial governors when British colonialism started in Uganda. So Uganda was suggested to be given to the Indians, but the British colonial government in London didn't agree to do that. They instead said, no, we can't donate territory to Indians. But then, when the Palestine question emerges, when the Jewish question emerges in Europe, among the other places that were considered again were parts of East Africa for Jewish identifying people in Europe is settled in Uganda. Parts of Latin America were suggested too. Other places were suggested, including, I think in Madagascar, was suggested, this was on the table, where should we settle these people who are unsafe in Europe? Now, later, I'm not sure about the history, but Palestine somehow gets onto the table, and finally it is Palestine that is selected. And so Palestine, the argument was easily made, because you could say the Jews had been living in Palestine and had been settled in Palestine, but before the population started moving, so Palestine could be called their homeland. So this is how, huge numbers of Jewish identifying Europeans are moved into Palestine. Again, the point I'm trying to make here is that this is a settler colonial mindset. The way British have been settling their populations across the map, the way the French had done the same, the way parts of Britain, parts of many people from across Europe had moved into the Americas, killed people there and settled America, right? So the point I want to stress here, which I don't want us to lose, because many times we lose it, that we're seeing the mindset in Europe at the time is of moving populations and settling them elsewhere. The difference here is that Palestine happens quite later in the history of settlements, quite later. when around this time, India had already gotten independence. But around this time, after the Second World War, many countries across the globe, which were still colonial enclaves, were thinking about becoming independent. The independence was starting to be debated, right? After the defeat of Germany, after the defeat of the Axis powers, you have a movement which is strongly pro-independence across, but the transition had to be managed. It is late in the throes of colonialism that Jews are also settled in Palestine. So I want to leave that there, because now I don't want to go into discussing which borders are agreed upon, which convention should be had, because this is quite well known. And I think we should be content by stopping at the understanding that we have a settler colonial state seated on other people's land. And so that part should be understood, that it doesn't help matters very much when we especially for us located in Uganda, if we start to go into which borders, which agreement. Okay, I think let's leave it there as a bit of history, that Europe driving on a mindset of settling European populations into other people's lands, they settled Jews in Palestine, and because successfully to this day, they settled many white people, many Europeans in other parts of the world, successfully. So my contention actually right now is that I think they still believe they can succeed in settling a population on all of that space, which is called Palestine, right? Because they established with the State of Israel underscores partial success. But then I'll talk about how the movement has even become stronger, that you can take over the entirety of that place, which is called Palestine. That's the first thing I wanted to do. The second thing I want to do is to push an argument. I want to push an argument that we are dealing with a war of resources. We are dealing with resources. That when we talk about colonialism, we tend to see some sort of culture, some sort of, it has become so cliche that we lose what is at stake. What is normally at stake is land. Land as a resource. Land as a resource. You need to bear in mind that in Europe is very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, that in terms of food, they are so handicapped. Europe is so handicapped in terms of food because they can't grow their food. And there are too many people in Europe, too many people. In fact, when you see programs across Africa calling for family planning, those projects have to be here. They have to be in Europe. Europe has to run serious family planning projects. But they're so unfortunate in the context that when the sun shines, it is too hot. When it gets too cold, it is extremely cold, that these temperatures don't support farming. This is why about 70% of the things that are consumed in Europe come from the rest of the world. They are not grown in Europe. So they're so unfortunate in that context that they have to find food elsewhere, and they have to find food cheaply, right? So if you say
almost halfway our time, Doctor.
Halfway, 10 minutes?
8.
8. This is good. It's good time.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, the point I'm trying to push an argument, which I think is a good way of debating Palestine and understanding Palestine, is that we are working on a contention of resources. And resources in material terms, not resources as far-flung ideas, but in actual terms, such as land. Land is a core thing in the colonial franchise because you need land for agriculture. 70% of landowners in Namibia grow food which they sell to Europe. Same with the white farmers in Zimbabwe. Same with farmers in South Africa. Same with the farmers in Latin America. When we talk about, for example, land expropriation in Brazil, where huge chunks of the Amazon are being burned down because they want to grow food to feed Europeans. Okay? You need to understand, for example, they need to have animals. They have to rear animals to get meat into Europe. You might not know the statistic, but I find it really fascinating that I think Africans need to know that the average meat consumption in Africa, a normal human being, an average meat consumer in Africa, if you take Kenya as the example, eats 17 kilograms of meat a year. Well, I think some people in the audience here maybe eat much more, but the average is 17 kgs. Now, in Europe, the average is 127 kilograms. That's the average meat consumption in Europe. Now, this is in Europe and North America. Now, if this is the average meat consumption, where do these animals come from? Where does the meat come from? It has to come from Brazil. So the point I'm trying to make here is that we have a contention over resources, food, minerals, access to the sea, etc. So those are the core contentions on the ground. So when you look at Palestine, for example, right now, why does Israel, are they not content to have the territory that they have, that now they're pushing to have the entirety of it by ethnic cleansing and genocide? Why do they want to have all of it? You have to go back to resources. What is at stake in the Palestinian spaces? What is at stake? There's access to the sea, there's access to natural gas, there is the project, which is still being debated at some points is still sounding like gossip, the construction of the Ben Gurion Canal, which has to compete with the Suez Canal. Okay, I cannot show the map, but I want people to be familiar. I don't know if we have a chance to show the map, other discussants, that is the Suez Canal, which is the connection between the seas going through Egypt. You can build a Ben Gurion Canal, which I think will be a marvel in human history if they were ever able to build the Ben Gurion Canal, which has to go through the place called Gaza, right? But before I stretch the point of the Ben Gurion Canal, I want to argue that we are dealing with resources, that the place called Gaza does not only provide land, but also provides access to the sea with other possibilities in mining in natural gas, which have already been found in this space. So this is the major contention we are facing with. And this is going to be my final point, which I want to impress onto my listeners this afternoon, is that it's the opposite of the second point I've been pushing, that we're fighting over resources. I want to say that we're not dealing with a religious war. Okay, as Muslims, this is not a war of religion. And I think the more we push, the more we make this understandable to all of us, I think it's better as to level the ground of the contention, because Europe has been persuaded to believe that, you know, Muslims in Palestine don't like the Jews. That, you know, for long, Muslims and Jews have been at war with each other. You know, even when news breaks that, you know, they're actually Christians in Palestine, they're Christians in Gaza, they are Jews who live in Gaza, many people in Europe don't seem to be shocked. There are actually Christians living in Gaza, there are Jews living in Gaza, and they're Palestinians, and they also called God Allah. You know, the point I'm trying to stretch here, which I think sometimes gets, you know, because we are Muslims and they are Muslims, and we, as the Ummah, you know, we feel each other's pain and we feel that we should be together as the Ummah. We tend to, all of us, see this as a religious war. And I think that's very problematic. This is a colonial war. Because as the Sheikh, I forget his name, but I think one of my panelists could remind me, who has consistently argued that even if you're a fellow Muslim trying to come and steal my property, to take away my private property, such as land, I will still be in arms against this Muslim. What we're dealing with right now is not a religious war. We need to understand the frames of this conversation, because the enemy would like to persuade the world that this is a religious war. It's Muslims against Jews. So whenever you find somebody identifying as a Muslim, they have to be aligned with the Palestine because it's Muslims against the Jews. No, it's not. It's Muslims against the occupying state of Israel. Muslims and Jews have lived for years together in absolute harmony. And if you go back to the history of the formation of Israel, because you have the demographic contention, you have to have numbers so as to build a state. You have to have numbers. You have to have people Palestine together is about 6 million, if I'm not mistaken. Now, this number rivals the number of people who live in Israel. So you have to have numbers. So what the Israel state has done for over a long period is, in its formation, is to go across the world encouraging people to move into Palestine, to move into Israel, encouraging Jews to come into Israel. In fact, one of the interesting stories that in the 1990s, many South Africans were converting to the Jewish religion, which I think is a very excellent religion, but they were identifying as Jews so that they can be settled within Israel because they need the numbers, right? But the point I want to make here is that the Jews who lived elsewhere in Iraq, in Syria, in the Muslim majority countries were living a very, very beautiful and harmonious relationship with the other religious communities in there, that there was no war between Jews and Muslims in Syria and in Iraq. There was no conflict. But conflict had to be manufactured so that they can be forced into Israel, so that they can have a huge demographic. Right? So 3 things I wanted to stress as I wind up, Brother Sinan, is that we need to often learn to frame this into the question of colonialism, where the European mindset is convinced they can all go over, kill the native populations, and occupy that space. And the second point I wanted to stress is that, we're dealing with a resource war. Yes, resources basically. And now we need to understand the resources at stake that has forced Israelis not to be content with the small space that they are, with the, not small space, the huge chunk of land they already occupy, to want to force every single Palestinian out of Gaza, right? The debates, as I think many of my other panelists will talk about, the intention to bribe Egypt into opening its borders to take over all these Palestinians, the normal talking point. Why are the other Muslim countries not taking these populations? Why do they want to take them? Because this is their land. So we are in a context of a resource war: land, minerals, food, access to the sea, natural gas and oil and etc. But then also finally, it's not a religious war. It's not Muslims against the Jews. It is an occupier against an occupied. It is the Maji rebellion. This is the Zulu war. Unfortunately, we don't have a story for Uganda, but the easiest way to think about the contention in Palestine and Gaza is that you're looking at the Maji rebellion, we're looking at the Zulu wars, we're looking at the Nama hero fighting their occupiers. It's wars against settlement. It's war against a colonial force. And I think on that note, I'll stop here, Brother Sinan, and give the mic back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brother Dr. Yusuf. I think you've heard, it's very clear. And actually, one of the major points that the Zionists are trading is to make it look like it's a religious war. And that is also very important. You mentioned that last, and it's mostly critical. And also the aspect of resources with regard to the natural gas that may be in there, access to the sea, marine transport, among others. And definitely, I think you've been following up. We thank you, Doctor. And we are hopeful there will be time for people to come in. We hope you will be staying online, much as you are thousands of miles away from us, but you look like you are within our congregation. So I think time has a little bit moved. I like just to make, because there are some people who are present or who are online, but this time want to have somebody who is within our midst. And at this particular juncture, the next 20 minutes, want to give them to Council Ali Kankaka, who is the president of UMLAS, Uganda Muslim Lawyers Association, which is ably represented in this congregation. I can look around, I can see quite a number of members, and he will be taking us through the effectiveness of international law in preventing genocide. In view of this conflict and what you've been hearing, in view of the rulings of your own representative at the ICJ, and in view of the preliminary rulings that were made by the court and what has been put in action by the regime, the right-wing regime led by Benjamin Netanyahu. Council, you are most welcome. The floor is yours for the next 20 minutes, inshallah.
Thank you, moderator. The organizers of this important debate or discussion, eminent scholars, leaders, student leaders, the concerned people of Allah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me to first apologize. When I was invited to speak, it was not specifically made to me that I would be speaking specifically on the effectiveness, although it's one of the aspects that I intended to address. Allow me again to first make a comment to thank first Doctor for the wonderful presentation he has made, because he has tried to do justice in terms of painting the historical context and broadening our outlook. However, before I go into my presentation, I have issues, and I think Dr. hinted on it. I have issues on the topic as framed, because the topic as framed says the Israeli genocide in Palestine. You see, that topic is also confining us in the redefined mode of thinking that the genocide that is going on in Palestine is actually a perpetuation of only the state of Israel as is. Because the moment you go and take that route, then you let those who are actually the architect of the genocide scot-free, both legally and morally. And I think as organizers, my thinking was, I think it is not an issue of Israel. There are a number of, so that title has framed and it has been part of the Western philosophy. And I think a doctor hinted on it about Jews, Palestine, Muslims. But when you look at this problem, it is actually obscuring. When you frame it that way, you are obscuring the responsibility, the legal responsibility of the ongoing genocide that has been there since 1948. Because people have also tried to limit it to what happened on 7th October and then subsequently. This has been an ongoing process. So there are many culpable states, individuals, actors, corporate entities. And therefore, we must have a discussion if we are going to resolve that genocide in its broader sense. It is therefore absolutely necessary for us and for the world to start targeting all the actors that are enabling this genocide to assist and continue. If we don't, and we still focus on Israel as a state, only as a culprit, this genocide will continue. So I thought I should make those comments. One would ask, who are these actors? You need to know that Israel as a state was established post the Second World War by the victors as part of the New World Order. And they declared a state called Israel. But in the same vein, they did not declare a state called Palestine. So from that day, they rendered the population stateless, which at that time and up to now is a crime under international law. It's a violation of human rights to render an individual, a group of people, stateless. But the action taken in 1948 to establish the Israeli state, the Jewish state,
Actually, they didn't. Because if they were interested in justice, they would have said, okay, there is a state of Israel, there is a state of Palestine. But from 1948, the issue of whether Palestine is a state or not was supposed to be an issue of discussion and agreement. But there was no discussion and agreement on the state called Israel. So you see, that is the foundation, and that's how we must start to look at this genocide, because its roots were laid there. And this violence you see, which Israel claimed to be responding to, the seeds were planted there. No human being worth his name or her name will accept to be subjugated, to be rendered stateless. So they are actors. You have institutions like the Security Council with permanent members who abuse their veto power to stop any action to be taken, because the new international order that was put in place after the Second World War established some organs. But the most important organ that can cause crimes of this nature not to be perpetuated is the Security Council, because it has the coercive element. You have the ICJ, the court system. Those ones do not have the capacity to enforce international law. The only institution under the international legal order that can enforce international law is the Security Council. Now, if those who established the state of Israel, which is perpetuating not only genocide, it started with apartheid. I think Dr. Serunkuma explained it when he was talking about South Africa, the Boers, and what happened. They have committed all crimes on the statute book against human rights in Palestine since 1948. But the only institution that can and could prevail is the Security Council. So you have members there of the Security Council, the US and its allies. Whenever an issue arises, crimes are being committed, and therefore the Security Council is required to take action, they veto any decision to be taken, and the matter ends there. So when you frame the genocide, moderator, to be an Israeli issue, when they are enablers in some other capitals, I think we are falling into a trap. We need to re-engineer the debate. Who are the actual perpetrators of this genocide? They are military, economic, and political supporters. Without those ones, Israel would not be able to commit these crimes and go scot-free. These ones have vested interest in the Middle East, and I think Dr. Has tried to explain, to paint that picture. What is it that actually people are fighting for? I want to expand that beyond the minerals, the resources. They are political interests. And I think I have been thinking for quite some time. Maybe that is why the framing of the state of Israel did not have a corresponding state of Palestine. The resources were in the Middle East, and you needed to control them. To control those resources, you need to control its leadership. To control the leadership in the Middle East, you need to create a mismatch between the citizens of those countries and the leaders. And how do you create that mismatch? By creating a problem where you are forcing to create a kind of a conflict that is perpetual, which has the potential of affecting the leadership potential in those regions. So you appear to be a guardian of security in the region. So these leaders, they are holding to your support. So when Israel does anything, they can't respond appropriately. If they cannot respond, then the population in those areas, in those countries, is actually agitating for action. So there is a disagreement between the population and the leadership. So that means the more the leadership is unable to rely on its people, on its citizens to govern, then it must rely on foreign force, which can only be rendered by the same architects of the Israeli state. So those vested interests of continuing to control the movement, the flow of oil in the Middle East, Saudi, and all other countries, actually lays the foundation, in my view, for what we are witnessing and what we are yet to witness, because this is not the end. It is just, I think, a start of another phase. So, as a commentary to the topic, I think on another day, we need to have a broader look at those who are guilty of this crime. Restricting it to the state of Israel is playing in the hands of those who have been perpetuating it. Now, Doctor has given a context of the establishment of the Jewish state and why Palestine and why the fighting is there. I wanted to summarize the context of this genocide. You see, the state of Israel was established in 1948. And there was a denial, as I said, of a Palestinian state. Now, with that came with the statelessness of the Palestinian people. And from that time, we've had an incremental and deliberate, intentional support of Israeli activities contrary to international law by both the US and its European partners. Now, around the same time, 1948, the Genocide Convention, or the Convention for Punishment, Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, was enacted in 1948. The question is, was it intended to be a legal instrument to protect all people, or it was intended to protect the Jews that were being resettled in a new state that had been established? Why am I posing this question, and the academians in this gathering and globally can try to investigate that? This convention is unique in its way. When it was established, initially it was to exist for 10 years, and perpetually it's being extended for 5 years, or by default, because say, unless if some people withdraw from it. I think those who had established the state of Israel, they needed a legal instrument, which had emerged after the Second World War. Those of students of international law and students of international diplomacy, you know, the Nuremberg trials in Germany, when they are trying the Nazi political leaders and military officers for the Holocaust. The question was, they could only try issues connected to offenses committed during the war, because that was the state of the law at the time. Now, the promoters of this convention was actually a Jewish Polish lawyer who was the brain behind this convention. He was aggrieved that the Nuremberg trials, the tribunal, could not address crimes that had been committed against the Jews before the war. That's why this has an element of crime whether committed during the war or during peace. So for that reason, when you were analyzing the effectiveness of the international legal order in enforcing the law of genocide, this genocide convention, you need to see it from that perspective. And that's why you've not seen it being forcefully enforced when we had the Muslim Serbs being exterminated, Yugoslavia, you all know. You know it when the Rohingya Muslims are happening, because the enactors, the promoters of this convention never conceptualized that it was intended to protect other people other than the silent group of people. And those are the Jews. So when you do something against them, then the convention will be activated. It is there. But they didn't have to say it in black and white. But by their conduct since 1948, I think we can be able to see that. Now, this convention came into force in 1951, and many crimes have been committed of this nature. And we can be sure, those of you who followed the proceedings in the South African case against Israel, the evidence they are laying before court, this is not evidence you've gathered by yourself, by international organs of the UN, civil society organizations. Whether or not ultimately the ICJ finds the state of Israel guilty, every one of us who is capable of reading and analyzing can know that Israel and its supporters have committed all the elements under the Genocide Convention. Because the Genocide Convention, as you know it, it does define genocide as any act committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. And that brings me to what Doctor was discussing. Are they intending, are they just fighting? Or they are intending to destroy, to wipe out the Palestinians, reduce them to a level that is so insignificant that their existence cannot even be fit to be noted as a footnote in a paragraph. My thinking is that that is the purpose. Why? You remember in 1995, the agreement, this two-state solution had been reached, the agreement signed, and was about implementation, the accord, Oslo Accord. What happened? The prime minister who had appended the signature and approved that accord was assassinated. You and me and those who have bothered to read, you know who, which state, which country has been at the center of assassinating foreign leaders who do not pursue their foreign interests. I think CIA has been, it's recorded. You don't find any serious investigation and attempt to punish all those ones. Someone wants to tell you that one individual woke up to kill a prime minister, and that is it. So we've had this two-state solution as a public relation, but without the intention of having it established. Now someone appends the signature, the next day is dead. Therefore, that is the debate that you start from there, and the context in which you must discuss the effectiveness of enforcing this legal regime of genocide. Killing members of the group, I think Palestinians have been killed beyond counting. I don't think we have actual statistics of those who have been killed. Causing serious bodily harm and mental harm. Is there anyone in doubt that the Palestinians are suffering serious bodily harm and mental harm? Psychologically, they are tortured. Deliberately inflicting conditions that are calculated to bring about physical destruction of a whole or a part of the population. When you place a permanent prison, a siege of a population concentrated in a small enclave for not 2 years, not 5, but even you prevent aid to go in. You control the air, you control the land, you control even what they breathe, the water they drink, the electricity. Are you not? So the purpose is simply to annihilate, to cause a complete destruction of the Palestinian people. So the issue of whether we have a genocide on our hand that has been on for the last 75 years is not in doubt. The question is, how do we enforce it? How effective is it? It can't be effective. Why? because the genocide that is prohibited under the convention, the conspiracy to commit genocide, the direct public incitement, the attempt to commit, the complicity to commit genocide, as defined in the Genocide Convention, affect states that are directly responsible for enforcing the international legal order. Which are these states? United States for a start, European Union, who provide backing, support, unquestioned support. You see, when Israel started killing, this current killing, what did the Americans do? They moved in their warships to inflict a psychological blow to these people, not to fight anybody. So for that reason, what do I suggest that can happen if we are going to make this legal framework work and be effective? All of us, one, it depends on the effectiveness of the global institutions, particularly the Security Council. Until you have a reform in the Security Council, either removing the veto or putting some numbers that if so many members of the Security Council have decided action to be taken, then the veto will not work. You will not enforce this legal order. The intergovernmental or regional blocks, like we had NAM, we had the G77 plus China, you have the Arab League, you have African Union. If we are able to, if those blocks can mobilize themselves minus the Security Council, cause political and economic impact on Israel and its backers, then probably we can have this law very effective. We will stop this genocide. Individual state, the good thing for the first time, we've got this evidence on record over a public international institution, the ICJ. So therefore, individual states, we know since that order was made for temporary measures, Israel has not complied. Actually, the European Union and others just went ahead and withdrew funding for some NGOs, if you've been following, providing aid. So what does that mean? That the intention is not, even if ICJ ruled, even in the face of those interim measures, even if ICJ ruled tomorrow that Israel is committing genocide, nobody among those who are currently empowered to take action has the ability or the will, the legal, moral, and political will to enforce the Genocide Convention against the Jews. For that reason, you need state parties, the same way South Africa did in this case, the same way Gambia did in the case of the Rohingya Muslims. We need to encourage individual states to take actions, state action against these states, both the Israeli states and its supporters. Also, the collective actions of the global citizenry. Because if we all, for example, boycotted products, not only from Israel, but even from those countries that have decided to pay lip service or turn a blind eye to this human catastrophe, probably it will change the calculus. Without that, the enablers of Israel will continue to support the Jewish state. The people will dissipate. And what will happen after they have reduced the Palestinians to an insignificant population, they will say that the concept of a two-state solution is no longer viable. Circumstances on the ground have changed irreversibly. So let's have one state where all are citizens. But after they have rendered you insignificant, that you cannot cause political change in the state called Israel. I think that is the ultimate end. And that is what we have to fight to stop collectively as global citizens. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, members, for listening to me.
Wow.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What an expose. I think really our minds are being challenged to look at this whole conflict in a more deeper understanding. We thank you, Council, for that insight. And I do believe your time you spent coming in here is not in vain, but like we did say that this is a human rights issue. It's a humanity aspect where an entire, a population is being dismantled. So like he said, Israel is not alone. If it were not for its backers, probably it wouldn't have committed the crimes it is committing. In fact, even in terms of the resources, in all aspects, whether maritally, talking about the Iron Dome, talking about the psychological backup by the warships he has mentioned, and also being the major funders to the so-called international organs, including the ICJ. I mean, it has just ignored. Just imagine how somebody was making an analogy with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the sanctions that were, put on Russia, right, left, and center, the noise, the propaganda. Now, I mean, when it comes to the Palestinians, it's quite a different thing because they have interest in there. We will be making Salat al-Asr to be a little bit later than what we had anticipated. We wanted our panelists to first of all make their presentations, and then we shall go for Salat al-Asr, and then we come back and conclude, inshallah. I was going to hand over to my elder and co-moderator, Imam Kasos, but I think he got a call. He's trying to make a call. But anyhow, I do hope Professor Omar Ahmad Kasule is online. He's supposed to be taking us through the next segment. Professor, I want to imagine you are online.
Yes, I am.
Very good. Professor Omar Kasule is standing in for Professor Baschima. Yes. Imam, I wanted to hand you to moderate Professor Kasule, but I informed them you were taking a call. So we're going to be looking at the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and what we should know. And that is for Professor Omar Kasule, who is standing in for Professor Abbas Chimba, who is currently admitted. We got news last evening when he called. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives him shifa. As you can see, the spectacled professor is already on the screen. You're most welcome, Professor Omar.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Everybody, I need to first apologize. When I was called yesterday to stand in for Professor Kimba, I was okay. But 3 hours later, I felt sick. I was admitted overnight, but I said, okay, let me do online. I couldn't drive to Kampala. Let me do it online, and here we are. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thumma salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I want to thank the audience, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words to share in this conversation about a subject that is so passionate. I'm so passionate about. My approach is going to be a little highlighting actually many of the things that people have been just saying, but I want to look at the perspective of what is happening in the Gaza in light of the humanitarian aid. Not straight away, because humanitarian aid is necessary and everybody should be knowing that. There's no need to debate whether people want water, whether people should have medicine, whether people should have, electricity or something like that. But I want to first make a statement. We are dealing with a civilization issue. We are dealing with a big-time civilizational issue. I am a student of, comparative civilizations, basically the Islamic, the African, and the Western. That's my area of interest in all my research and my writings. But I have come to understand, to come to terms with the Western civilization with 5 characteristics, which I want to first give before I go into the nitty-gritty of the humanitarian aid, which is rather obvious. 5 characteristics do, single out the Western civilization apart from the African and the Islamic. Number 1, it's a violent civilization. When I say the Western, I'm talking about all the way from America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, all over, Europeans, wherever they are. Why? Because it's obvious. I mean, many of you might remember, it is the only civilization that has sponsored 2 world wars. That's violence. It is the only civilization that has, created weapons of mass destruction. It is surviving or thriving on a military industrial complex, which determines or, which influences major public policy. So they are very violent. They're the only civilization that has sponsored holocausts. The Germans, the Europeans, they taunted, they haunted, they tortured the Israelites that we're talking about now. It's only them. All right? It is a civilization that has thrown a nuclear bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So that's one thing. Let's be clear. So when we're talking about violence and controlling violence, we know who they are we're talking about. And by the way, Israel is a representative of the Western civilization, the Greco-Roman, Judeo-Christian tradition in the Middle East. So that's one fact that we need to know before we go into analyzing whether it's going to be able to apply the law, whether it's going to be able to have a historical context to help. Number 2, it is a deceptive civilization. It's built on lies. The Western civilization, I mean, through their media, propaganda, they tell so many lies. And I'm happy this time around because when I go to watch what's happening all over the world, the movement that is, pro-Palestine demonstrations and mobilization, what are we doing? What are we using? Not the formal, Western media, which is full of lies. It is social media where no editing is done. So it's deceit. I'm telling you, people in Israel, as we speak now, they really don't know exactly what is happening in Gaza, just a few meters away, separated by a wall. They don't know. They have got that propaganda machinery which tells lies, and they will always go away with it. Okay? That's number 2. Number 3, it's a colonial organization, a colonial civilization. I mean, everybody has said it. Okay? Dr. Yusuf clearly demonstrated it. All right? But we also know that they are all over the world. All right? It is the Americans in Iraq, in Syria, in Afghanistan, in Kenya, in Djibouti, in everywhere. This is a characteristic of those people. And what we are dealing with in Israel right now is colonial. It's a colonial aspect. Number 4, this civilization is very selfish. Very, very selfish. You may want to know, many of you, that they have, nowadays they don't talk about justice, right? In a philosophical sense. They don't talk about justice. They don't pursue justice. No. What do they pursue? What do they push? Human rights doctrine. But you all know the human rights doctrine, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, was declared in 1948 when Israel was born. To this date has never solved that problem. You understand? So it is selfish. Human rights are not anything to do with you and me who are not whites. Human rights are for them alone. Yes, it is for them alone. Otherwise, what would prevent the human rights doctrine to be invoked? For 75 years, it is as old. They are twins with this oppressor, with this human rights abuser. They're twins. It has never worked anywhere. Even when they talk about, democracy and all those values, they are not meant for us who are non-white. It's a racist organization, a racist civilization. All right. You look at the histories of other genocides that we have looked at, okay, where they've been reluctant to act as much as fast as they could. In Rwanda, in Bosnia Herzegovina, in Myanmar, among the Rohingya, the Uyghurs in China, in South Africa, you know, and all through the colonial period, it is genocide. So these are characteristics that are not shared with any other civilization. I know somebody would want to say, but you see, Muslims have also fought wars. Yes, fighting a war is different from using weapons of mass destruction and annihilation of infrastructure, babies, everything. This is unprecedented. But that's the civilization we're dealing with. You know, no other civilization has capacity to be destructive, has capacity or enjoys, all right, the feeling of aggression, the feeling of no respect for life, human life. I want to read you something. I couldn't share my video here, but there's this gentleman, he was, I think, a general, David Belavier, who said this about, in the 90s, after the Iraqi war. He said he was being given an honor, a medal of honor, all right, after Iraq. He said, our military cannot be mistaken for a cable news gab-fest show. We don't care what you look like. We don't care who you voted for, who you are worshiping, what you worship, or who you love. It doesn't matter if your dad left you millions when he died, or if you know who your father was. We have been honed into a machine of lethal moving parts that would be wise to avoid if you know what is good for you. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down. You don't want war with the United States of America. There is one thing I can promise you, so God help me. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters. And all the people in that audience gave him a standing ovation. This is what they believe in. This is how they describe themselves in terms of violence. They can't speak peace. You know? They can't speak reconciliation. They don't speak about living together harmoniously. Everywhere they go, it's occupation, military bases, Iraq, Syria, name it, even in Nicaragua, everywhere, all over the world. This is the kind of civilization we're dealing with. Now, Israel in the Middle East is their representative. Now, when we talk of the UN, when you talk of the ICJ, when you talk of the international law, when you talk of the human rights, when you talk of all these kind of things, instruments and law books, we need to bear that in mind. That these people are not going to back down. They won't back down. That's why Netanyahu is saying, well, I don't care whether them Gazans die. All right? He switched off water. He switched off electricity. Switched off food supply, fuel, warm clothing, medicine. Thank God these Israeli people don't have control over oxygen. They would have switched it off also. When you deny people these kind of basic needs, what are you doing? You're condemning them to die. You don't only deny them that and leave them freely walking in their, biggest open prison, but you keep bombing them. Tell them move from the north, go to the south, you bomb the south. Now, this is the kind of thing. This is what we need to address. All right? So humanitarian aid is a very obvious, concept. All right? These are material, logistical assistance to people who need help. It's usually short term, and as long as the disaster causing it, lasts. People who need it are usually homeless, refugees, victims of natural disaster, wars, famine, floods. But what's happening in terms of, when the court in South Africa, when the court, the NCJ, the international ICJ decided the case, or when they pronounce themselves on those, considerations, Israel did not budge at all. Instead, they went on bombing. They went on refusing. It's winter. They don't care because they are violent at the core. At their very core, they are violent. They will decimate, all right, any people.
Professor, how minutes to conclude?
Yes, I think when the United Nations Relief and Work Agency champions this disaster in stricken areas, what do the Europeans do? They withdraw funding, to say hell with you guys. Because like Netanyahu says, they don't consider other people to be worth humans. I thank you. I think I'll stop there because the time is running out. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Somebody was commenting online that, the panelists are very informed. Thank you for that input. Professor, I told you that his background is that one of comparative civilizations. And indeed, it is there for everybody to see, only that we have not been critical enough to realize how bad, find a civilization that is racist, that is selfish, that is colonial in nature, deceptive, and which has been responsible for all the calamities that has fallen human life in our current times. At this moment, Imam, I wanted to hand you over the mic as we have the last panelist who is going to look at the talking points of the Israeli state. Over to you, Imam, with our last panelist. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
I would like to thank the three speakers for what they have disseminated to us thus far. And maybe before I invite Dr. Kasule to come in, we are using genocide, and the perpetrators of genocide, they are choosing people of terrorism.
Yes.
I would like to invoke a statement by the late Professor Al-Mazrou following the Iraq invasion of Kuwait and the intervention of the Americans. He said, because the Palestinians are being accused of terrorism. But what is terrorism? And why do people use terrorism? Terrorism is warfare for the weak. Terrorism is warfare for the weak. And in most cases, it just kills 6 people on a bus. And 6 people on a bus is chicken feed for the Americans. Because when the Americans kill, they really kill. And my brothers here, for them, they have been shielding, they are telling you, the protectors of the perpetrators, or actually the real perpetrators. The Israelis are just, you can call them pawns.
Pawns, they're pawns.
On
chessboard.
what do we call it?
On the chessboard.
They only move a few steps, but the kings, the bishop, the queen, the host, who do the real work are these ones, those who sit largely on the Security Council. Largely, they control World Bank, they control IMF, and they determine who leads which country in the third world or in the world of survivors. So Mazuri said that those who use terrorism say we are at war, we are not very strong, and because we are not very strong, every weapon available to us is legitimate, including what the West call terrorism. Terrorism is warfare for the weak. When the Americans kill, the terrorism kills 6 people on the bus. When the Americans, and 6 people on the bus is chicken feed for the Americans, because when they kill, they really kill.
Kill massively.
The areas they have mentioned, Afghanistan, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Nicaragua, the suffering that Cuba has undergone, and many
Libya.
other areas can justify what I'm saying. The second thing I want to highlight is this issue of 6 million Jews. Who counted them? I'm a student of demography, and I know. You see, I know who killed them, and how long did that so-called Holocaust, how long did it take? You see, if I bring you closer home, many people here say Idi Amin killed about 800 people. And then they say Ruwero War killed 100,000. It's a contradiction. I mean, was never in any critical war. These people fought, and villages were devastated, but they would tell you 100,000, and they would say, I mean, 800,000. It's a contradiction. With those remarks, allow me to invite my boss and Muko, Dr. Twakaswe. You know, he was my young brother, but we have exchanged and he has become my Muko. My young brother, Kasule Twaha, the director, Kampala campus, Islamic University in Uganda, to take us through the next segment or the last segment of this workshop, if I can use the word, where we are trying to open our minds on issues that pertain to humanity, issues of humanity. That is very critical. Somebody has commented online that these people are informed. What do you expect? What do you expect? We are Muslims. Many people are still in the dream. They think we don't have this information. That's why sometimes when we challenge them, they keep mad. That's why I have a saying that goes, I am envious to ignorant people these days. Very envious. They are very lucky. When they sleep, they sleep. When they go to bed, they will sleep. Nothing to bother them. Bring any food, whether it is sweet, whether it's good for them, they will eat and enjoy. They have nothing to worry about. But for you, you pick food, you are bringing it in the mouth, this idea now comes, will you eat? By the time you put the food in the mouth, it's already cold, and you say, food is not good, you leave it there. You go to bed, make a mistake and wake up at midnight for one reason or another, or after midnight, you will not sleep again until morning because thoughts keep coming. But for the other one, sleeps. Dr. Kasule, sir, can you please proceed?
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam wa alihi wa sallam. I want to thank you, moderator, Imam. And as you mentioned earlier in your remarks about what is Ummiyah, I want to also confirm that the development of Alhidaayah and its activities is after we have seen people that we admired while we were young, how they were doing work under the organization Ummiyah. So I want to really thank you for that. And I want to say thank you for the audience which is here and my fellow panelists for the educative messages that you have so far talked about. The war is going on. The genocide is happening, and everybody can attest to that because we are all following what is happening in the news, and we are also being able to see the images from the war zone. So if somebody is on TikTok, on WhatsApp, or any of these other social media handles, for sure, you have had your own feel of what is happening to those people. Sometimes we cry with them. Sometimes we pray for them. Sometimes we despair, and we really don't know how these individuals are actually going to get out of this kind of situation. But as the war is going on, there are a lot of narratives as well, which describe what is going on as far as the conflict is concerned. And some people are young, others don't know the history, others don't want to basically delve into, maybe they don't have the time, let me say, to go and look at where things are coming from. So in this session today, in this workshop, in this discussion, we try to put together our understanding collectively about what is going on. Now, I know that I am going to be talking about what we call the talking points in this conflict, especially those talking points that are coming from the Western world, which is the most powerful, actor, and their ally in the war zone, which is Israel, definitely, as we are talking about it here. Council Ali made it quite clear for us that we need to look at it broadly. And I agree with him. In fact, the actor is not just Israel. We all know that actors are thousands of miles away. The most important actors, actually, they are not even in the region. They are thousands and thousands of miles away. But there is something called talking points. I don't know whether the audience is used to that. But what do we mean when we say people are using talking points? Talking points refer to carefully crafted messages or statements, which are often used either by politicians or by interest groups to convey their opinions, to convey their positions, to put across their arguments. So that's what you call a talking point. People carefully craft a message or a statement, and they use the media to continuously broadcast that kind of message or statement. And the intention is to be able to portray or to give a specific kind of position. So these talking points are an essential tool for shaping narratives. When you want to give a certain narrative, you create talking points and you repetitively broadcast those talking points. So in this particular war, which is happening, and of course it has been happening for so many years, the Israel side, together with their backers, have crafted these statements. And for sure, I know that most of you have heard these particular statements. So we want to to respond to these particular talking points in a manner that makes them clearly understood to the majority of us, so that we are not taken for a ride because somebody is talking a certain statement and you think it is a valid statement. And I also want to thank Professor Kasule, who said you are really in a race with a very deceptive civilization. So many of the times when they make statements and messages, they don't care about truth. They simply care about what they want you to know. And that is what they are going to basically emphasize. Whether it is true or not is really not the point. Now, one of the talking points in this particular conflict for a very long time has been this statement: Israel has a right to defend itself. I'm sure everybody in this audience has heard that particular thing. The purpose of this statement, if you listen to it, now I am looking behind the statement. I don't want to just consume it. Why is this something which is so used often and very repetitive? Whether you are listening to Western politicians, whether you are listening to Western media, whether you are listening to Western academicians, any type of scuffle that happens in this region, you will see somebody popping up from the the White House, and start saying Israel has a right to defend itself. Now, this statement is a well-crafted statement. It is a loaded statement. It intends to portray an image that Israel is under attack, and therefore it is only acting in self-defense. So many times, forget about October 7, many times, whether it is in Masjid al-Aqsa, whether it is settler violence in West Bank, wherever it is, you will find a lot of times when either the IDF or the settler, violent actors in different parts of this area, once they come up and there is a small scuffle, small, big, some people have died here and there, and there is need to address that. The first statement from the American president, from European leaders, is Israel has a right to defend itself. So these people who are in law will tell you a lot of things about, self-defense. I am only going to say a snapshot on that. But the important issue here is there is a hidden idea here that Israel is a victim. Israel is a victim, and somebody else is the aggressor. Therefore, whenever you hear things coming from this part of the world, focus on Israel's right to self-defense. Now, how do we respond? My brother Yusuf started here and told us about a colonial industry, as it was basically perpetrated by the Western world. So Israel is a settler colonial state. Everybody knows that. Israel is an occupying power over the Palestinian people. It is the one which has got authority, as Ali has been mentioning. They control all the borders, the land, the sea, the communication, the movements. So these people have got perfect control over the Gaza area. Israel has imposed a blockade over Gaza for the last 17 years. And I have also heard a lot of commentaries. Under this blockade, Gaza is considered to be an open-air prison for 2.3 million people. What does it mean, open-air prison? Because people can't move out. If they choose that you'll go out, then you go out with their permission. If they say no, you can't go out. So if your movement is restricted, then that is imprisonment. Now, under international law, and the lawyers are in here, self-defense doesn't apply in the context of a military occupation. You can't be occupying people, and militarily, moreover, and then say you are defending yourself. It doesn't make sense in terms of law. On the contrary, under the law, the occupier has a responsibility to protect the people they are occupying. That is what it should be. So rather than those people telling you Palestinians have a right to be protected, they tell you Israel has a right to do what? To defend itself. And also, there is all this statement we have been hearing over and over again, the war between Gaza and Israel. Logically, it is also incorrect. It's actually absurd. Because the way that particular part of the world is structured, because Gaza is under the full control of Israeli government and forces and whatsoever, it is part and parcel of Israel de facto. It's like part of it, except that it is a ghetto which has been put aside and it is denied many, many things. So imagine if somebody told you, suppose somewhere in Uganda here, maybe Masaka, let me use Masaka as an example because I marry from there, you know, they will not be angry with me. Suppose there are some people who are disturbing the government of Uganda in Masaka as rebels or whatever it is. Is it a fair thing for you to say Uganda is at war with Masaka? Can you say something like that? Uganda is at war with Masaka, so there is a war between Uganda and Masaka, or that Uganda is defending itself against Masaka. So this kind of things is what we hear all the time. They are deceptive, they are lies, they are just messages which are being, broadcast to feed our mind on them so that we can always feel like, yes, the Israel people are just defending themselves. I think I wanted to use this opportunity to highlight, the deception, but the real meaning also behind this particular talking point, which is the most abundant talking point in the conflict today. The second one is, it is almost sealed. Everybody has been made to believe. And this is really something that is repeated all over the place. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Now, when groups or individuals are labeled, and I want also to give the meaning of this kind of thing, because this is a label. Somebody simply labels you a terrorist, or they label you a fundamentalist, they label you anything. So the people who want to give you a label have a purpose. Now, Hamas has been labeled as a terrorist organization. The most important goal behind this label is to shape the public attitude towards this organization. How should the public understand this thing called Hamas? So once you say it is terrorist, it is designated by the powerful countries as a terrorist organization, it therefore means that everybody is going to be cautious. You can't relate, you can't sympathize, you can't advocate for justice, because everybody is going to say, but how can you be talking about this organization in this way when you know that it is a terrorist organization? Who has labeled it a terrorist organization? It is Israel, United States of America, the European Union. They always use this label as a weapon against the groups they don't like. It's not just a Hamas issue. If they don't like you here today, Imam Kasozi, they can say, Umia is a terrorist organization. And that's it. They have designated you. And people are going to start keeping away from you because you have been labeled. And a public attitude has been formed about who you are. It's not just a description. It is something intended to shape how the public perceive this particular organization. Now, let me give you my response. Hamas, by the way, is an acronym. It means Harakat al-Muwaqama al-Islamiyya. Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, which means Islamic Resistance Movement. And Hamas in Palestine, in those Palestinian territories, is a legitimate political party. It participates in democratic processes. And the last time they had one, Hamas actually won in Gaza. That is why until today, in this particular fight, the IDF and the people in Israel are saying we cannot accept to finish a war when Hamas is in power. Now, is Hamas imposing itself on the people of Gaza? No, they elected it. In fact, in all public opinion polls, they show you that the rating of Hamas is very, very high. So Hamas, at least this is my opinion, is not a terrorist organization. I want to call them what they call themselves. It is a resistance or movement. And to understand why resistance movements emerge, you have to study the specific history of those particular societies. But this issue of Western world labeling resistance movements as terrorist organizations is not something that only happened yesterday. They did it, by the way, with the ANC of South Africa. They said, you know, United States and the United Kingdom, they designated ANC, which was fighting apartheid in South Africa, as a terrorist organization. Later on, when the liberation happened, then the former terrorists became icons. So during the Nazi occupation of France, the French resistance was also designated as a terrorist movement by the occupiers, and these were the Nazis in Germany. Therefore, it is not a surprise that Israel and its allies refer to Palestinian resistance movements as terrorist groups. Do not fall for this Western propaganda. For me, I understand Hamas as a legitimate resistance movement. And in fact, when you are occupied, when you are colonized, even under the law, you have a right to defend. You have a right to fight for your own liberation. So somebody is trying also to send a message to you that these Palestinians, whatever they do, they shouldn't be fighting the occupation, because those who are fighting the occupation are terrorist organizations. Now, how are they supposed to fight the occupation? By negotiation? So they should negotiate themselves out of the occupation and colonialists. Where did that work? In which country did that work? It has never worked. So Hamas, to me, and a few of my friends—
8 minutes to go, sir.
Thank you. We consider it as a resistance movement, and it has the legitimate right to fight the occupation. You don't want people to fight you as an occupier, lift the occupation. It's as simple as that. But you want to maintain the occupation, and you want to say everybody who fights this occupation is a terrorist. Okay. The third issue, which I also want to say as a talking point, specifically, it has been very common in this particular war, which is running right now. Hamas is using civilian, or human beings or civilians as human shields. And also they have been saying it is hiding under civilian infrastructure. This is another issue that has been said over and over again. The Israeli generals in the army and the politicians believe in the approach of massive collective punishment. This is actually their belief. Professor Omar was telling us about the violence of their civilization. Their approach, their tactics in fighting war is massive collective punishment to all the Palestinian people. This implies they can kill so many people, and they can completely obliterate their infrastructure. This objective, or the objective of this approach, is to make it extremely costly for the Palestinian resistance to ever think about attacking Israel. So once you attack and kill, as the statistics have been said, 12,000, they will come to Gaza, carpet bomb all the homes, all the schools, all the universities, all the hospitals, everything, and they kill thousands and thousands of people. This is the philosophy. Make it so costly that the next time these people will have to think twice whether they should come back to fight you. This is their philosophy. Therefore, when they are doing this carpet bombing and killing and mercilessly, decimating this particular part of the world, those of us who are telling them, you see, civilians are dying, blah, blah, blah. For them, they don't mind. This is actually what they want. And then they have to find an excuse. They have to tell you why that is happening. They say, you see, we don't want to kill civilians. For us, we are targeting Hamas terrorists. But what is Hamas doing? It is hiding under civilian infrastructure, in the hospitals, in the schools, and so on and so forth. Then they will tell you Hamas is using civilians as human shields. Therefore, we can't do anything about that. It is Hamas which is responsible for these deaths. It's not us. And so on and so forth. How do we respond to that? Let me give you two, and I'll be winding up, Imam. The truth is that Israel and all its backers have no concern for Palestinian lives at all. They have made it clear in their statement that their intention is to punish all the people. And these are some of their statements, which you have also heard from political leaders and generals. They have said, the president of Israel, called Isaac Herzog, said they are all responsible. There is no innocent civilian in Gaza. So when they kill them, do you really get surprised? According to them, they are all responsible. They are not innocent. Another statement is, we are fighting human animals. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister. So these are not human beings. Do you care if cockroaches die? You don't care. So when you dehumanize them, then you can kill them at will. Then they also say, as Ali was mentioning here, no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything will be closed. Again, the defense minister of Israel. So Israel's intelligence ministry also authored a document recommending moving all the Gaza's civilian population into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. So you can clearly see that the question of people being below, Hamas being under the civilian infrastructure, blah, blah, is really not the point. The point is in what they are saying. They don't want you there. Either they kill you or they move you out of this place. And lastly, my moderator, there is also this usual statement. Israel is facing an existential threat. Israel is facing an existential threat. So there is a common reference to the Hamas Charter of 1988, in which they claim that the Hamas's stated objective is the total destruction of Israel. Now, the truth is, in 1988, in the initial charter of Hamas, the resistance movement did not want to negotiate peace with Israel. They didn't want to negotiate peace. They rejected peace negotiations. And this is what is always mentioned as Hamas's definitive opposition to the existence of Israel. But from the year 2004, Hamas leaders have repeatedly and consistently stated that they would accept a peace agreement if Israel will pull back to the 1967 borders. And everybody knows whatever peace movements and the negotiations have been happening is talking about the 1967 borders. Yet the Israeli Prime Minister, very recently, when he was on the platform of the United Nations, displayed a map of what they call the New Middle East, and the whole of Palestinian territory was already consumed by Israel. In other words, that entire country now is Israel. So he even picked a pen and he drew a line passing through all the countries from Saudi Arabia into Israel, into other countries, and said, we are now envisaging our entry into a new Middle East where we are living in peace with each other. Now, if a prime minister of a country who knows that there is a dispute on land in the area he controls, who has been pretending all along that a two-state solution is one of the things that they want to do, can now come in front of the United Nations, on the platform of the United Nations, and say, this is Israel, without any exception, without even showing that there is a future Palestine somewhere. Now, who wants to annihilate the other? Israel has got real power to annihilate. These people, you can say they have an objective, but they don't even have the power to do anything to you. But for you, you have the power to erase them. You settle on their land, you kill them in thousands, you carpet bomb their country, and so on and so forth. So I think, my dear brothers and sisters, with these particular comments, I wanted to let you know that we are hearing a lot of things. And it is possible that that Western propaganda can make our opinion, to be exactly what they are trying to make us believe. But it is important that we look at the statements they make, which they call talking points, and we read behind them so that we can actually understand and be in a position to come up with the proper conclusions. I thank you so much. Wassalamu alaikum.
Alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The purpose of this discourse is to create awareness. After you have received the awareness, it is up to you to know how to react, to diffuse some of the lies that have been going on. We are at 5:02 p.m. Salat al-Asr is on. And we have not arranged inside here. We have to walk at that distance of a half kilometer to the mosque. And we use about 15 minutes for prayers. Then we come back for the discussion. Meanwhile, those online, if you are prayed, you can go on exchanging. And I am going to give you first priority. If you want something to have something to present and you're online, put up your hand. Just go into on your phone between something like an eye and what we call chat. If you press there, you will see raise your hand. Then you put up your hand. Just press on the hand, then it is raised. So if you see my name where it is, now my hand is raised. So, but I'm not going to ask. So please put up your hand. I wanted to give you priority first so that then I can turn into the audience here. But if you don't put up your hands, when we come back, we shall straight come to here, to the discussion here. We also have a cup of tea as we come in. And then if we use it 15 minutes, we should be here by 18 past, so that we have at least 42 minutes for discussion, because we are closing at 6. I want to thank you for being good listeners. Other comments, we shall make them as we come in. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum. that are in the studios. You are doing what you are supposed to do. Welcome back from prayers as people come and assemble. We have the following, that our discourse is still going on. We are now preparing to receive comments from the audience, including those online. There are those who said, should we write our questions? Please do. You can write your questions and we shall read them and they will be answered too. In the session we are in, we are going to use 30 minutes for the audience and then leave 4 minutes for each of the presenters to make their final remarks. Please, if you have something to say and you are online, put up your hand so that I give you the opportunity. If you don't have, we shall move on. I wanted KK, I don't know whether you're still online, KK. If you are online, I wanted you to, as a senior journalist and an international travel person, and a person who is interested in these issues we are discussing, I wanted to hear your voice and this audience to hear your voice. Please, if you are there, you can put up your hand and I would ask the people in the studio there, the host, to unmute KK. KK is Kasim Kaida. You all know him. He has been online. I don't know whether they have a comment or not. Otherwise, if you have a comment here in the audience, you can now put up your hand. We don't need to wait for others to come because we have limited time. Yes, please, who is the officials? Can you come? Carry to, you have 2 minutes only. When you see me standing up, it means you sit down. I'm not going to say sit down, but when I stand up, you just sit down.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All praise and thanks are due to Allah for converging us in this blessed conference of we know issues, international issues. So my own comments, one is to the director of IOU, the quotation. If you look at it, the creation of the state of Israel in 1947, sorry, the state of Palestine in 1947 by those Zionists came into Palestine by the West, they brought to them. Those commented that those things that we are bringing them to Israel, for them to understand or to be as people that create land. In that qadiyya, that Arabic cost, is it the cost for the Middle East or the cost for the Muslims?
Thank you very much. Cost for the Middle East. Any other? Please, presenters, take note of what people are. Now, just put up your hand and you don't pick yourself. I am the one to pick you. Okay, go. 2 minutes.
Alhamdulillah, Wabad. My name is Mugisha Abdul Rashid. I'm representing the Muslim Students Association of Uganda. From the president, I have a submission and then a question to pose. The first submission is...
As long as in 2 minutes.
Yes, in 2 minutes. The first submission is that all of us here, I'm urging each and every one of you to make research on this topic. As a student, I happen to have and or gain knowledge in my advanced level of education when I happen to do a paper that is history of world affairs. I have first-hand knowledge on this topic when I did that paper, history of world affairs.
Please, you are wasting a lot of time. You say what? Tell us what you found there. Yes, tell us, because that's what we are interested in. What did you find?
It is, you told me 2 minutes. I can't tell you.
Yes, and I am saying, don't tell us as a student of what, tell us what you found there, because that's what we are interested in.
I'm urging each and everyone to go and make research. That is my first submission. The second one is
thank you.
That our dear panelists, you should tell us on how we should go on this topic. Should tell us on how we should go on this topic and how can we be able to react at different levels? How can we react according to the knowledge that we've gained here? Thank you.
Jazakallah khair. Any other? Shaban?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you all our panelists and the presenters for the wonderful information you have given us. But I wanted also to bring the attention of the audience about the following. One, there is an ideology called Zionism. You see, Israel, if you analyze word Israel, there's what we call Israel and what we call Zionism as a system. So the system was made to see that Israel is based on the historical perspective that the current land that is occupied by the Palestinians, land owned by the Israelis, and it's the Palestinians that occupied them that caused the misery they faced in Europe and other parts of the world. So they concocted Zionism as a means to revenge and also reoccupy that land. So Zionism comes and almost all legislations that have been made in Israel, they are based on that principle of Zionism. Today, there is what we call Israel as a state, but also a legislation that made Israel to be the nation state of the Jews. So it means that even Palestinians that allowed themselves to be citizens of Israel will be third-class citizens. In fact, a few days back, there is a legislation or a law in Israel that is being reviewed annually to review non-Israelis that are citizens of Israel, especially Palestinians that married Jewish citizens. So you can see that as Israel was formed, there was a strategic plan that had 3 stages. I think Dr. Kasule tried to talk about it. There were the short-term plans. These were just to occupy.
And sit down. When I stand, you sit down. Please, those of you who have just come in, the order is you raise up your hand. We give you opportunity 2 minutes. I'm not going to tell you sit down. When you see me standing up, stand up, you sit down. Okay? It's the polite way of telling you sit down when I stand up. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge everybody present in your due capacities. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Lubanga Nassif, and I have some questions with a brief background. The 1948 UN Genocide Convention spells the elements of genocide, which have clearly appeared in the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Today, 153 countries are parties to the convention, are confirming that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or a time of war, is a crime under international law, which they undertake to prevent and punish. Now, the questions I have. The first question is, who draws the conclusion that it's a genocide? Based on the ICJ, they only saw the elements of genocide in this Israel attack on the Palestine. Who concludes that it is a genocide? It's not in the media that it is a genocide already. The second question is why the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, why are the ICJ's directives are on Israel in particular, which has committed the offense, and it is not on the 153 member states of the Genocide Convention. In the Genocide Convention, it stated that, Imam, just a second.
Sit.
Thank you.
So if you want to use your time well, don't thank these people. Just on the point, 2 minutes only.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I want to be something unconventional. I really hope that this workshop, we had thought it wise to invite a pro-Israel advocate to make this a little bit passionate, the Piers Morgan style. That said, there was a question posed here as to the role of the international humanitarian law when it comes to this particular conflict. I want to highlight three things. The first one, when the ICJ ruling came out, the next day Israel purported to release a dossier about the involvement of the UN agency and the infiltration of Hamas to this agency. Now, this was a calculated move for three things. One, it took the ICJ ruling off the agenda and it changed the narrative or the talking point, as somebody put it earlier. Secondly, it placed the UN in the dock instead of Israel. Now, these are all calculated things. Thirdly, there was no evidence adduced whatsoever implicating UNRWA. The question is, who drives the narrative? The one thing that Israel has failed in this conflict to control is the propaganda aspect. In all prior conflicts and wars involving Israel and Palestinians, Israel would control the media, but this time because of the role of social media, even when they try as much as possible, this has failed. Thank you very much. I wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. Haji Mayanja.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
I want first of all to thank the organizers of this workshop. It has been long overdue. It should have taken place yesterday or the other day, but alhamdulillah that has come on board. Secondly, again, linking with what he has just said, I want this time also to appreciate the Palestinians for the way actually they started this struggle. It has not been so much, okay, there is the military front, okay? That one is there, but it has many fronts because as we have always known, the Western propaganda, the Western mass media is a powerful instrument, and the West has always dominated the mass media. But this time, alhamdulillah, there has been a lot of, participation by Palestinians, by all people from all over the globe, from America. There have been a lot of campaigns and so on and so forth, which has made a difference between the previous battles and this time. In fact, it's now clear that the Palestinians has won the battle of the mind, the battle for ideas. They have, generated a lot of sympathy. It's no longer just Muslims alone. It is almost humanity fighting for the Palestinian cause. I think that has been a big success. Even if Israel, weakens Hamas or makes them militarily non-existent, but the idea has caught up. The best example is that of South Africa, which we should also actually appreciate and congratulate for coming out to take up this issue as almost its issue to the ICJ, which made a big difference in the whole struggle. And so clearly there has been actual success by the Palestinians, and the cause has moved a step forward. And it is here that I also want to bring in our case as Ugandan. We could see at ICJ, Justice Julius Septinde, he was the only judge who sided with Israel. Even Israel members of the court, they rejected some issues, but for her, she still, supported them. So I think partly that is because we have not done enough to sensitize. Let me finish with the sensitization. So we have not done enough for sensitization. We really need to do more sensitization of this nature. We need to talk to our government. People have talked to their governments. People have talked to different organizations. And so this is really intimidating me. But my last idea is that how do we move forward? Even if you intimidate me, some other people will discuss this issue. How do we move forward from here? That is what I want, my colleagues. Thank you very much. How he intimidates. Please help me to say what I have not said on the topic of how do we move forward.
Before we allow other people, please, we want you to let as many people as possible talk. Two, if you have something that you have not completed, please just log in and send your comments online. We are going to receive them because we are recording everything that is going on. Please do. Let us use online. Just go to your phone. If you belong to any of our platforms, this message is there. You don't need the password. You just put in, you straight be on. If you are Muslim Parliament, if you are on our Darasa, if you are on Mia Foundation, Mia Donors, whatever, we have put this information there for you, easy to access. You can log in and then really move on. As this one, they come in, you see what we are talking about. We are discussing what they call Game of Nations. I don't know how many of you have read the book called The Game of Nations by Miles Copeland. It was first published in 1969. For those of you who speak Arabic, actually originally it was in Arabic. They call it Laibati al-Umam. Laibati al-Umam. It's called the Game of Nations. It was focused on Egypt's Abdul Nasser's time. But what is there is what is actually going on all over the Middle East today. Next. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I just have a simple question, and it was during the presentation of Dr. Kastule Taha. He emphasized some talking points that were generated by the state of Israel and its allies. He made mention of a point which is Israel is facing an existential threat according to the initial charter of Hamas. So I will just some clarification on those charters of Hamas now. Thank you.
Yes, we still have 6 minutes for the audience. 6 minutes. Because we have a small clip, we want to play for about 5 minutes, then we shall let in the presenters.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Wa alaikum assalam.
My concern regards the retaliation to the conflict, as we know that it's the UN Security Council that can actually issue what should be done next in regards to the stopping of the conflict. My idea should be utilized in the principle of self-determination and under international humanitarian law, for which it shall be achieved through independence. And as for the present, that slot is closed because none of the states around the world is still under colonialism. And another slot is free association and integration. I think it can be utilized by the UN Security Council. Also the emergence into any other political states for which neither of the states is willing to do so. And thereby, with coming up the solution, there shall be a one-state solution which shall require the UN Security Council to reverse the 1948 decision that was made in regards to the Israelites who settle in Palestine, and the two-state solution, which shall denote that territorial integrity initiatives such as resisting occupation in West Bank, freedom of movement alongside the borders, as well as preservation of important sites. With that, I submit. Thank you. Summary.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you too. Next.
Assalamu alaikum
Wa
wa
alaikum
rahmatullah.
assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mine is a question. What are the efforts being put together by the Islamic states, for example, the Arab world? What are the efforts being put in place by the Arab world, the Muslim states in the Arab world? Because I have been to some Arab nations who look like they are clearly supportive of what is happening in Israel. I've been to Dubai, where a mall is there is a way they are emphasizing to buy Israeli products, and I don't see that concern when you travel some of the Arab world. I don't see that concern. And secondly, I really appreciate the awareness that is being put forward. What other support can we put together as Muslims of Uganda to see that we can physically extend support to the needy, other than UN, which is really a hoax? It's being led by the Americans, who give you the rules, who will fool you around, and they won't give you anything. Thank you so much.
Last person.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm Magola Bayan Juma from Kampala International University. I have one question to raise. It is all about, we see that Israel and USA, they are good friends. And most of the organizations that are international, USA has an upper hand. Now my question here is, when I was following the ruling of the ICJ, after it, the Prime Minister of Israel came and talked arrogantly that for us, we are also defending ourselves. So the ruling, he was like disagreeing with the ruling of the court. Now here, I ask that, can this court be independent and its ruling can stand?
Thank you. This one has been generous to us, has donated us an opportunity for one other person. Yes. Give him, because we still have 1.5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Wa
barakatuh.
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I have a submission, that is that Zionism, they believe in the superiority of their race and the destruction of smaller races. So the problem is, when these Zionists were established a homeland in the Palestinian land, they did not want to coexist with any other. Instead, they wanted to behave like colonizers. So the solutions that are available, one is the nation state. But the nation state has a defect. Where is the defect? It will create second-class citizens, whereby the Palestinians will be the second-class citizens. Number two, it is the two-state solution. The defect with the two-state solution is that it will create more identity and more conflict. That's why sometimes when the Indian and the Pakistani, when they had their conflict. So the best solution is to advocate to drop the idea of Zionism so that these people can coexist and live in harmony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our time for reactions as an audience is over. We don't have anybody online. One question somebody asked, I think was answered by Council Kankaka. When it is deliberately done sometimes to create a bad relationship between the governments and the population they lead. And two, the game of minds, whereby they will convince you that the Muslim world is not pro. Of course, the leaders may not, but the populations on the ground, they are. Then the question you asked about how can we donate, somebody even asked online, financially. I always tell people, if you want to donate financially, now you have seen the organization here, the two organizations that have organized this. You can reach out to them. We know how to get whatever support you have, especially support in our case largely must be money, because it's the easy one to smuggle into where you want it to be. Otherwise, if you carry food, what you will not go. But we know how we can make contributions. Some of us have already made, and these donations or support has reached. So if you are convinced that you have something to donate, go to Alhidaayah Foundation office. Present what you want to present. Or look for your Umia office. Present what you want to present. We know we shall use our other means to ensure that it reaches out. Sometimes these things are done silently because many of you are still young and you are yearning to go to Europe and the States. If you are put under administrative processing like some of us, you will find it sometimes hard. But for us, some of us don't mind because we don't eat from them, we feed from here. And two, one time I told you, one person from the US that, my first time to go to the US, I was 40 years old. The first time in 1999. But I was living. I was living. So when you convince yourself that you are not a survivor, you can easily fit into this work we are doing. But if you become a survivor, it will be very hard for you to participate in some of the activities. One time ask me to define for you who a survivor is. Let us, please, people behind the machines, can we have that clip played so that we let our key speakers make their presentations. Thank you.
More than 100 days and 75 years. 100 days of the highest rate of civilians slaughtered in the 21st century. Israel killing more than 10,000 children in what UNICEF has called a graveyard of children. 100 days of dropping 2,000-pound bombs hundreds of times on the very spaces families were crammed to seek shelter, murdering them in an ever-shrinking killing cage in sheer cruelty and deliberate destruction of life. 100 days of burning children's flesh down to the bone with illegal white phosphorus, and of destroying 400,000 homes to rubble and forcibly displacing 2 million people, 90% of the population, of bombing 320 schools so children in Gaza have no access to an education, ensuring lost generations, of destroying the healthcare system and decimating nearly every hospital, bombing them with patients in them and systematically targeting 637 doctors and healthcare professionals, an entire class of medicine, while injuring 60,000 so that they succumb to their wounds and die slow, painful deaths. Not enough to massacre them in their homes, but to massacre them in their hospital beds. 100 days of bombing bakeries and purposefully burning food while denying aid trucks in, so an entire civilian population of 2.3 million is mass starved. 80% of those starving in the world in Gaza, 9 out of 10 people in Gaza sleeping without eating, with Israel using starvation as a weapon of genocide on 1 million children. 100 days of killing more than 100 journalists, the highest number of journalists murdered in history. and destroying 169 press offices while banning uncensored foreign journalists in so no one can report the truth from Gaza. 100 days of Israel cutting off telecom and internet services while it burns entire communities alive, killing families in the dark. Only 6 ambulances left to save a population of 2.3 million. 100 days of destroying the world's oldest churches, mosques, universities, historical archives to erase a people's culture and their history. 100 days of target assassinations of Gaza's best and brightest, its leading poets and civic activists, its preeminent scholars and scientists, its leading public intellectuals to kill any prospect of a people's future. 100 days of erasing 1,400 multi-generational families from civil registries, grandparents, parents, children and babies. Sniping at women sheltering in churches, pulverizing cemeteries, raising caskets, desecrating the living and the dead, executing children, holding white flags in cold blood in front of their parents and parents in front of their children, field executions of innocent civilians, stripping them, thrusting their bodies on top of one another like cattle, and sexually assaulting the elderly, the disabled, men, women, and children, burning their bodies with lighters, electrocuting them, crushing their bones. 100 days of forcing thousands of mothers to undergo C-sections without anesthetics, to torture the living to death. 100 days of blowing limbs off 9,000 children and cruelly forcing thousands to undergo amputations without anesthetics. 100 days of orphaning 25,000. Creating a generation of traumatized children without parents. 100 days of collapsing neighborhoods on families' heads in their sleep. As they shelter in UN schools after being forcibly displaced from their homes, children's bodies crushed beneath rubble, soldiers laughing and filming themselves as they press the button to wipe out entire blocks on children's heads as though human lives are a game that they play. The sadism and sense of impunity and hatred for innocent life. Knowing no likeness in our lifetime. 100 days of them telling the world what they are doing in horrifying language, followed by action at the highest levels and across society. Language that we heard in the worst horrors of human history, speaking of annihilating a people and of human animals. And that is why the world is marching with Palestine, because it's impossible to know the truth as a human being of conscience and to uphold this for human life. 100 days of the first genocide in history, where its victims are broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain hope that the world might do something. This can never be self-defense. Nothing can justify this. This is genocide on a population that's been subjected to 75 years of annihilation,
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
of ethnic cleansing and vicious apartheid on their land in Gaza and in the West Bank, a Nakba that has never ended. 56 years of brutal illegal occupation and violent oppression, of 17 years of a deadly siege in the world's largest concentration camp, a people denied their right to exist for the past 75 years, denied their right to live in dignity and in freedom, a people persecuted for decades, massacred in the thousands, held hostage in the thousands before October 7th and every day after October 7th, tortured in indefinite military detention without trial or charge, including thousands of children suffering pogroms of their villages, the destruction of their homes and schools, the uprooting of their olive trees and their history and their families and their livelihoods.
Thank you very much. As we are having that the little bite, we can, I think, wind up. let me make my last remarks, then I will hand over to Sinan to call again our speakers so that we conclude. That notwithstanding, I want, if you forget everything, especially what the council was saying, because people, we fear law, don't forget the talking points Kasule has put up. They are very critical talking points and how they are using them. And they are using the media, which you are every day you are on, to blackmail you sometimes, hoodwink you, to brainwash you, especially when you fail to get the responses from the other side. However, as they have stated, because of now this free media called the social media, still a lot of information comes in. Please, the talking points, one has the right to defend himself, the other doesn't. That is one number. And then the other, Kasule Umar, the elder brother of Kasule Ta. The 6 characteristics, at least pick one and put, and just look at it critically, you will see. The characteristics, 5 of them: violent civilization, deceptive civilization, colonial civilization, selfish civilization, and lastly, racist. If you pick those ones and you apply one after the other, you will exactly understand that we have a big role to play. Therefore, none of us, don't wait for any of us. You can act. I just want to agree entirely with Katanta's teacher of chemistry, math, physics, math, who turned into law, is now a lawyer. And that time I found him is about to leave law, because I had him talk and I found he's about to leave law for something else. What I had him talk, sometime I followed him up and I found this man may learn. He's like, there's here an IT expert who ran away also into law. Here is there. I am the only person who was convinced to go and study law, and I refused, because I said it is as if I did not go to school if I leave what I studied to go for law. And unfortunately, I am the only person who did not study law who has taught at law school. Yes, I taught at law school for 3 years. Some of my lawyers I taught include Faizo Mukasa, Makera Salim, their generation. For 3 years, I taught to a part of what we call Muslim domestic law in the law school at the invitation of Beatrice Mwaka, who was a teacher at that institute. So please, I want to thank everybody and hand you over to my son, Sinani Mblambago is my son, to call these ones, and finally he will have the last say of this meeting as a senior member of Alhidaayah and a member of the board of trustees. Assalamu alaikum. And for those of you who are seeing for the first time, my name is Imam Kasozi. Don't ask me what is my other name. My name is Imam Kasozi. I am a farmer and a part-time teacher, also working as the Imam of Mawanga Masjid. 2 events that are coming. Event number 1, Muslim channel is organizing Muslim trade and culture. You are invited, but you have to contribute something. Just go out onto the platform or go and download Muslim channel app. You will know how to join that day. The last thing is, this is now business into other people's business. If you have never tasted the crisps, you call them crisps, snacks of a pineapple, and if you have your money, you can see me. You can make your order, I will deliver to where you want. Pineapple snacks. Yes, yes, pineapple snacks. Even before I get out of here, you can, if you want, you can, if you follow me, you can test. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, we thank you for your patience and for being participative. I think there are a few issues that were raised for our panelists. Somebody who asked council that who determines whether it is a genocide or not, because we talked about the Genocide Convention. And someone else was, saying that why are they talking about only Israel and not about the other countries that were formed out of the greater Palestine, like Jordan, like Syria. But I think that was actually answered. It was only Palestine, it was only the Palestinians that were left stateless after that partition that took place. So we'll have maybe 4 minutes for each of the panelists to address some of the issues that are raised. Good enough. Some were contributions and the comments. But were there questions? I will start with the Council Ali Kankaka in 4 minutes, and then we will also give us your parting shot in as far as this subject is concerned. Then we shall have Dr. Twaha in here. I don't know, Professor Omar, whether he's still online, and Dr. Yusuf will also want to give you time to see to it that you give us your parting shot in view of the questions and the comments that were raised by the participants.
They are both there.
Okay, that's very good. Council Kankaka, you take the shot first.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, all the panelist members, for your patience, your contribution, questions that would enrich this debate. I think the question of who determines whether it is a genocide or not, whether there is a genocide, it is the law. The law has defined what constitutes genocide. Those of you who were in the house when I was making a presentation, I took you to what is prohibited. You see, the Genocide Convention does not just punish, it prohibits first. Then it punishes. It is so it describes activities that constitute genocide, killing of people, causing mental, physical harm, with the intention of afflicting harm to a group, transferring them, subjecting them to conditions that would lead to mental, physical harm, and so many of those activities that follow, even being an accomplice to those activities. So as to, I think the question someone wanted maybe, is there someone who can definitively, yes, in the international fora, for example, at an international level, that's why you have the ICJ, you have a South African case there. It is not yet determined, but at least according to the preliminary findings, they are saying what is happening there. It is definitely, it speaks, it walks, it breathes like a genocide. And in international law, we say genocide is a crime of all crimes. Yes. There is no bigger crime above genocide. That's why in my presentation, I told you that Israel and its supporters have breached all the rules in the rule book of international law. By the time you are charged with genocide, there is nothing else left for you to be charged with. I don't know whether I've been clear enough. Now, some issues, I think Dr. Kasule and the members were discussing about self-defense, and some questions. Self-determination is at the core of international law.
And that is what now fits into the talking points that Dr. Kasule was talking about. The very existence of international law is premised on self-determination, the right of the people to rule themselves. That is the basis of the existence of states. So if you do not have a state, it is your right to fight to have one, because you can't have self-rule, self-determination when there is no territory to talk about. And in my presentation, I was able to highlight, if you can remember one thing, that the biggest mischief that came out of the Second World War consensus, when we created the current order, the world order, was the creation of the Israeli state in a place where it had not existed, by displacing the Palestinians, and then we do not correspondingly, they did not correspondingly create the Palestinian state. It was deliberate. That's my view. And it has remained deliberate. Someone was talking about the Hamas and all that. Those are scarecrows. You see, before Hamas came into play, Hamas was formed in 1987. And then in 1988, it formed that's when the charter that Dr. Kasule was talking about was promulgated. Why was the Palestinian state not created? PLO, Palestinian Authority, was there. It was using peace, and it is still there. By the way, someone may think that it is only Hamas. The Ramallah, that side, it is a Palestinian Authority. It is using peace. Are the conditions any better? Do they have self-determination? So if the answer is no, then this idea of Hamas is a non-necessary excuse, I think. Hamas only came to the fore in 2006. That's when they won a democratic election organized by the Palestinian Authority. They didn't come through for violence. They won a democratic election. Immediately, Israel, with its backers, established a blockade. Then the violence that you see since 2006 to date was nurtured there. And I think there was a presentation, I think it is it is either Dr. Kasule or Professor Kasule. You know, they are all Kasules, and they are all my friends. About the I think it was the Imam Kasozi quoting Professor Mazuri that the violence, terrorism, is warfare for the weak. Definitely, in the face of Israeli military machinery, what else do you use? You see them using stones, everything at their disposal. Lastly, I have heard Imam Kasozi cautioning the young men and women in this gathering that if you want to go to Europe, please say less. Keep. You see, that scarecrow is being used by those who want to perpetuate this criminality. Are we saying that those who go to Europe, they live a better life than we do? The people seated here, I'm glad that I have worked with them for a long time. I started my work at a university. These were my bosses. I have never tried to go outside, but I have traveled. But I will not allow someone to stop me from expressing my opinion because he or she can deny me a visa. If I can't go to US, I have gone there. They have never stopped me. Europe, going even next month. If they want, they can stop me. I will come back and eat my matoke. But when we are dealing, ask yourself, you saw these pictures, ask yourself, is your going to Europe more important than the destiny of those young children, those innocent people being murdered? The Jews, when they were being murdered, were they murdered in the Middle East? Were they killed in Africa? They were killed in Europe. So why should you be intimidated by a threat to deny you entry into a civilization which Professor Kasule said is essentially violent, essentially criminal in nature, and racist at the core? Now, before I take leave, I want to say one thing, that genocide being a crime of all crimes, and knowing very well that there is no way Israel would have, or any nation on this planet, leave alone Israel, can perpetuate genocide without either the tacit and positive support of the power that be, or criminal silence of those very power. The academics in this room and on the platform, I want to leave you with a question which has been disturbing me. Is all this being done in the name of Israel, or Israel was simply a project? As someone put it, is it a pawn? And therefore we stop addressing Israel, we address the chess master. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Incidentally, we are 9 minutes away from 6 o'clock. So, Dr. Yusuf, I'm giving you 2 minutes to give us your parting shot. Then we'll have a conclusion. Also 2 minutes for Professor Omar. And then finally, Dr. Kasula, and then we'll go into our closure. Dr. Yusuf, over to you.
Thank you very much. One more time, Sheikh Snan. I have one comment which relates to how we move forward. And I sort of want to reiterate the words that Haj Muhammad Chivirige said. We are dealing with a political condition. We're not dealing with a condition of law. It's not, we don't have a legal problem. And I think, as Professor Omar Kasuli said, the problem with European civilization, all that being said, is its mastery of propaganda, the mastery to say this and do the other. So now that we are in a space of politics and not the law, not what is right, what is wrong, we're not in a space of religion, how do we move this conversation forward? Chige said that, this should have happened yesterday. And I want to suggest that one of the ways in which we can build momentum, one of the ways in which we can contribute to the forces of change is by constantly coming back to this conversation. Most of the things that we've said here, I mean, in my humble assessment, I think many of these things are known to the general public. Many of the things, well, some are not really well known, but I think the more we return to this conversation, the more we continue to bring out different angles to the same question, is the more we build momentum, the more we build a coalition of humanity to move and demonstrate that the entirety of the world is against the Zionist movement in Israel. And South Africa is very, very instructive in this case. The only way in which South African apartheid ended was because there was a consensus across humanity, not across the leaderships of the different countries. It wasn't the leaderships. The conclusion of apartheid in South Africa was not a product of legal debates, was not a product of government sitting down and saying we need to do things. It was a mass movement of everybody else who felt like, as a collective humanity, apartheid has to end. So, one of the things that I emphasized in my talk was to build the argument, this is a colonial question. So when you say it's a colonial question and you constantly say it, you mobilize everybody else who is anti-exploitation. who is anti-injustice. So you mobilize all those people to come together and build momentum. We should be delighted as, I think, as Muslims, as people who live in former colonies of the Western world, that the center, inside the belly of the beast, there are hundreds and thousands and millions of people protesting every single day against the Zionist movement. So we need, us who are certainly remotely located, we need to jump onto this momentum and constantly come back to this conversation. We need to organize more of this. Comrade Sinan, I think you're located in a very strategic position right now, alongside Imam Kasozi, being that you still claim to be a youth. As Secretary General of the Muslim Youth Assembly, you are that moment where you have to constantly and endlessly mobilize the youth, the young people across political divides, across religious divides, so that we build a momentum. So, the Israeli ambassador was going across Africa, trying to speak, attend radio stations, hold public square meetings to sort of persuade Africans into the belief that, Israel is the victim. But I think Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly, Alhidaayah, and all those organizations, and us collectively, we have the challenge to, join forces and build a momentum. And that can only be done by constantly coming back to this conversation, organizing many of these things, not having them closed, but opening them up to people of other faiths, because injustice hurts everybody. And then move the vehicle forward. Thank you very much, everybody.
Remember, the points are coming up clear and clear. Thank you, Dr. Serunkuma. Professor Omar.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. I need to warn you, I'm driving, but I hope you can hear me well. I'm going to be very short and precise. Haj Mayan asked a question, very, very pertinent question. Where do we go from here? What need to be done? I could see 2 or 3 things. Number one, let us join the conversation. I believe Palestine has won in the area, in the sphere of public space. Israel has lost the international rhetoric. So how do we do it? When you see any motion, any video on TikTok, on social media, forward it. That makes, it's the social media that has mobilized all those demonstrations across the world, social media. So be part of the conversation. Forward as many times as possible any video that is concerning the Palestinian issue. Secondly, maybe we don't have a lot of influence on this, but I see where things can go. Sober Muslim countries may need to consider, joining the BRICS bloc, because this hegemony of the United States, unilateral power, has been, giving them all the clout. But now, when you see BRICS, Russia and others, and the dollarization process, that can break the American, clout that is giving them all that kind of arrogance. And lastly, Mr. Moderator, we need to boycott. Let's boycott products of Israel. They make laws, Me, when I go to a supermarket, for example, I've got an Israel distributed. I've been sensitized the supermarket owners. You don't bring hats, for example, those products that are Israel related. Let us boycott deliberately on a one-to-one, this by ourselves. By just saying no, a big contribution. All right. So those are some of the ways I could think of as we can go forward at an individual level. Of course, at the state level, we need to engage our leadership here. Hopefully they can listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, just like Professor said, I think this time around is different with the power of the social media, of the young people. Everybody has been mobilized and is talking about the same thing. And that is actually the core of propaganda. that, when we continuously, and, even within Israel itself, there are Jews fighting for the rights of the Palestinians, because Zionism is a political movement, not even religious. That's why you were hearing they were not sparing Baptist churches in Gaza. They were not sparing Christians. They're actually even arresting Israeli activists against the war. So it means really this is a humanity cause that we should push. And of course, for them, they're at a weaker point if we are well mobilized, like Professor was saying, because theirs is built on lies. Actually, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, Hussam Zomlot, one time said that they lie more than they breathe. That the Israelis, the Zionists, that they lie more than they breathe. And we are all Muslims. We know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us, قُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلَ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. That you should stand steadfast on the truth. And, you fight the wrong. Because the wrong or falsehood, by its nature, is bound to vanish. I'll call upon Dr. Twaha Kasule to make his parting shot as a panelist. And he will also give the closing remarks on behalf of the organizers, for whom we are very thankful for this, and the partners, including the host hotel, Alhidaayah, Umia, and individuals who contributed financially. You don't sit here for free. Yeah, I know I've been actually trying to do this for quite some time, but people had to dig deeper into their personal pockets to ensure the common good goes ahead. So everybody, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. And we mobilize you, just like all the people are saying, let it not stop here. When we call upon you, should be in position that we should put it in a place where we can mobilize as many people as possible. I welcome Imam Emeritus, Imam Ahmad Sentongo. Yes, I think the one who is going even to give us the closing dua for this occasion. So I'll give Dr. Twaha to give his parting shot and also closing message. Then finally we'll invite Imam Ahmad Sentongo, call him Imam Emeritus, retired Imam of Makerere University Mosque. He nurtured almost all of us, more than coming to 30 years since we left Makerere, and he was the one who was in the stewardship. Dr. Twaha.
Thank you so much, Haji Sinan, and my colleagues who have led the debate this afternoon and evening. I think two quick responses on some of the questions that came in. One of them was one of the things I talked about as a talking point, where they say that Israel is facing an existential threat from Hamas and other groups. Yes, of course. I think you wanted the question. I wanted me to go into charter issues and so on. Those things are online. Just Google the Hamas charter. You'll read it. All right. What they are trying to tell us, what they want you to believe, what they want always to insist on, is that, you see, Hamas wrote it in its charter that there is no Israel. Okay, let us for a moment say they did that. But between Hamas and Israel, who actually is existentially threatening the other? This is really the question you have to put in mind, because the current war alone tells you that Israel's objective is to annihilate Palestine. That's why they are pushing them to go to Egypt, and they are making this propaganda and also killing them en masse so that they can make them feel this place is unlivable. We just have to leave. So I think I don't have much on that particular issue. You can read, but I don't want the biased narrative that, this is the stated objective of Hamas. Therefore, Israel is in such fear because some document said something. You understand? This is just a, funny way of reasoning. The other issue is Muslim states seem to be supporting Israel. Okay. I think Imam talked about it here when he was winding up. There is a difference between the leaders of the Muslim world and the population in the Muslim world. So when you hear that, the countries in the Middle East have normalized with Israel. Even up to now, they are saying Saudi Arabia is going to normalize with Israel. In fact, the leader of Saudi Arabia perhaps wants to do that for whatever reasons he knows. Does that mean the Saudis have abandoned the cause of the Palestinian people? No, they haven't. So I think at some point, leaders can do something, but it does not represent, the majority of the Muslim world. We are here today in Uganda. Many of us here are Muslims, and we associate with the cause of those people, irrespective of what our government thinks. Similarly, many others in those countries, they also support the Israelis. So what can be done? My colleagues have already mentioned some things. But I also want to throw in this thing, which we have not talked about a lot here for today, but it is a tool which is also used by Israel and its backers in order to keep people's mouths shut. The idea of anti-Semitism. I think you hear that also a lot, most of the time. Once you talk about Israel, or when you talk about not Judaism, Zionism, which Shaban was mentioning here, once you try to criticize anything related with Israel, they will say you are anti-Semitic. Therefore, you are a person who is engaging yourself in hate speech. Let me say that in addition to what my colleagues have been saying, we should not stop talking just because there are these scarecrows. We must keep talking about this matter. The more we talk about it, the more we write about it. If one day, inshallah, we have capacity, we shall also demonstrate. We have got to get the momentum running into one action after the other, because that is what everybody thinks that is important in order to show the global human consensus about the fact that what is going on is unacceptable. The people of Palestine deserve better. I have something which might sound a bit radical also. You see, we have a number of things have already been tried as well. Peace has been tried. The so-called negotiations in all kind of peaceful accords to establish this and that. Every negotiation collapses at some point. Why? Because again, the real objective of Israel is not that there should be a state for Palestine. So they will negotiate for the next 100 years and they will not get it. If really we say that negotiations is the pathway. The right of the Palestinian people to self-determination cannot be a gift of the Israeli society. It is the right of those particular people. It has got to be earned. And therefore, the idea of negotiations doesn't seem to work, and I don't really think that it is going to work. The legal route via South Africa and so on is now under trial. Most of the time, whenever they talk about law, they only talk about law selectively. If it is something that is in favor of Israel, then they'll talk about the international law. If they must apply international law to support the Palestinian people, then they will ignore it, they will use force. I have a thinking that maybe this particular war, and Haji Manja was talking about how Palestinians have managed to actually put up a good show. As a matter of fact, the war that we are talking about has been fought for now close to 4 months. Hamas fighting who? Fighting Israel, fighting the United States, fighting the EU, and all other backers. Our brothers there have actually tried to put up a meaningful battle. I have a feeling that Israel has got to be strategically defeated. Because if they don't defeat it, the arrogance will not stop. They will go out of this one. You remember when they just finished this ICJ and the ruling was put up immediately. They came out arrogantly and talked about how, they are going to continue doing what they are doing. The provisional measures notwithstanding. So this arrogance, and the sense of feeling that they are above each and everything will not stop in Israel until they have really suffered some kind of strategic defeat. So for me, I would like to suggest, and I said it's a bit radical, but I don't know whether people will like it. The war, I understand its effect, but the war, if it continues to inflict pain, some amount of pain on Israel, it should go on. And in fact, the people who are in the surrounding areas, like the Houthis, who have also come up to say, we are going to fight in defense of Israel, they should actually go ahead. Because this is what happens. Yes, in defense of Palestine. The Americans have brought all their ships and they talk about other equipment and made a lot of propaganda about the fact that there should be no escalation. Why? Because they fear the escalation is going definitely to destroy the objective that they are fighting. They want to concentrate it in Gaza, defeat the people, annihilate them, send them out of Gaza, and the game is over. You are the people who are giving weapons to Israel. And then you are telling everybody else, we don't want escalation. Please don't come in. Don't join the war. So the Houthis is actually doing a great job. They should fight them. In fact, I thought that Hezbollah would be deeply into the war by now. I'm a bit disappointed. So I would like to see that all the fighting groups actually open different war fronts, because that is the only way you have to stretch those who are concentrating all the effort on a small group in Gaza. And when they do that, they will come to strategic defeat of Israel. That is what happened in Afghanistan. They were not interested in leaving Afghanistan alone until those people fought them and strategically defeated them, and they walked away and they left the country in the hands of the Taliban. So some idea here, but I know some people fear it. So I want to really root for the argument, like Yusuf was mentioning. He wants to put different forms of argument on the matter. We might need to be thinking about the fact that this continuation, as long as the Hamas and other fighters have the capacity to continue fighting, they shouldn't be discouraged. Because the more they fight the enemy, the more they expose the weakness of that enemy. And inshallah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah will give them victory with all the other things that we are doing to help them. I want to thank you now in my parting message as organizers. I really want to thank you so much, our dear participants who have come into this particular discussion today. We have spent over 4 hours in this room talking about a very important issue from all angles: humanistic angle, rights and responsibilities to our brothers, and so on and so forth. So we really feel that you have given this a great presence and a great discussion as well. Our members who have been online, thank you so much. We want to thank our co-organizers, Uganda Muslim Youth Assembly, and especially all those people who financed this particular campaign. We have looked for money, and alhamdulillah, there were people willing to say, if it is for this purpose, we are going to put money here. We also want to thank Hotel Africana management and the operations people who allowed us this whole moment to come and do this particular function here. We shall never forget all the contributions that have been made by everybody towards this function. But as we have mentioned, we really want the momentum to grow over this. If you have had it here, go back to your local mosque and continue talking to those who are down there. And let the conversation keep spilling. Inshallah, we shall reach to another level at some point to come. Jazakumullah khair. We are very, very grateful, and we hope, inshallah, we shall have other opportunities to meet on this and other matters of our community. Jazakumullah khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Now, call upon Imam Sentongo to give us a dua for brothers in there and also closing dua for this. Imam, we put on the mic.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Begin my dua with the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where he is quoted as having said that if a person, a Muslim, dies without having participated in jihad, or at least wishing that I wish I had the ability to participate in jihad, he dies with the semblance of nifaq in his heart. So on that basis, I want to say that we give our solidarity to our brothers and sisters in Palestine and in every other place. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala rescues them from the enemy and the Jews, the Israeli state, and their supporters, America and the others. ربنا إننا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا إننا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا إننا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. اللهم انصرنا 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 على المنافقين. اللهم انصرنا على المنفعيين. اللهم انصرنا على الظالمين. اللهم انصرنا على الظالمين. اللهم انصرنا على المنافقين. اللهم انصرنا على الأشرار. اللهم انصرنا على السفهاء. اللهم انصرنا على الطواغيت. اللهم انصرنا على الطواغيت. اللهم انصرنا على الطواغيت. اللهم انصرنا على رؤساء وعلماء السوء يا عزيز يا قدير. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. نعم المولى ونعم النصير. حسبنا الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلنا وهو رب العرش العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم يا رحمن يا رحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الخافض الرافع المعز المذل الحكم العدل اللطيف يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم يا رحمن يا رحيم ارحمنا. اللهم يا منان من علينا. اللهم يا كريم أكرمنا. اللهم يا فتاح افتح علينا. افتح لنا وافتح علينا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يا ناصر انصرنا وانصر إخواننا المسلمين والمجاهدين في فلسطين وفي كل مكان. اللهم انصرنا وانصر إخواننا المجاهدين والمسلمين في فلسطين وفي كل مكان. اللهم انصرهم نصرا عزيزا يا عزيز يا قدير. اللهم انصرهم نصرا عزيزا يا قدير يا قدير يا قدير. اللهم انصرهم نصرا عزيزا يا قدير يا قدير. اللهم انصرنا على الظالمين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين يا عزيز يا قدير. اللهم خذ الأعداء أخذا وبيلا يا عزيز يا قدير. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من شرورهم ونجعلك في نهورهم. اللهم اجعل ثارنا على من ظلمنا وانصرنا على من عادانا يا عزيز يا قدير. اللهم إنك تعلم أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك والتقت على طاعتك وتوحدت على دعوتك وتعاهدت على نصرة شريعتك. واثق اللهم رابطتها وأدم ودها واهدها سبلها واملاها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واشرح صدورها بفضل الإيمان بك وجميل التوكل عليك واحيها بمعرفتك وامتها على شهادة في سبيلك. إنك نعم المولى ونعم النصير. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. يا حي يا قيوم برحمتك نستغيث. اللهم اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. اللهم اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. اللهم اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. والحمد لله رب العالمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. وسبحانك اللهم بحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
You have not gotten something to eat. They are still serving and it's still plenty of food, inshallah. But at least now we can take our leave, bismillah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of you. Jazakumullahu khairan.